taken this into a whole different dimension with senior issues and the way we learn. Can you give us some background on how you got here?
For many years, I've been studying how the brain ages, and it really started out in a focus on Alzheimer's disease.
Yes.
And when I started studying the brain of an Alzheimer patient, I realized that that is something that comes on very gradually, and it's probably going to be easier to protect a healthy brain before there's damage rather than try to fix the brain once damage sets in.
Right.
So that moved our studies to detecting Alzheimer's very early in mild cognitive impairment and in normal aging. And we've used a lot of technology to do that. We've developed brain scanning technologies that allow us to see the physical evidence of Alzheimer's disease for the first time in living people and to test new treatments very early on, medicines, lifestyle approaches to protect the healthy brain. So I've always had this interest in technology. I've had an interest in how the brain changes with age, and I've got a family with some teenagers, and I'm noticing what's going on here.
Yeah.
You know, I carpool my daughter's kids, and there's a bunch of these girls in the car, and half of them are texting to their other friends. Well, I've seen play dates where my son and his friend are in the room and they're laughing, but they're on separate computers doing parallel play.
It is different. I know, but I'm sure you've had this experience where we get a piece of new hardware, if you will, and we just can't make it work, and you hand it to a 7-year-old or a 10-year-old, and they go, "Oh, here, this is how it works." And you go, "How did you learn that? You've never seen that before," and yet they think that way.
Well, again, it's how our brains have evolved, that a younger brain is very adept at learning these new things. We know that languages are much easier to learn at a younger age than when we're older. But you mentioned evolution earlier, and I really think that this is the next major milestone in brain evolution. If you look back 300,000 years ago, our Neanderthal ancestors first figured out how to use a handheld tool.
Right.
You know, and then you had a little hammer and a tool, and that led to handedness. It led to language development. If you're right-handed, the left side of your brain controls language.
Right.
It expanded our social networks and really helped expand the frontal lobe, and our brains got bigger. Now, how does that evolution occur? It has to do with what we're exposed to in the environment, what helps one generation survive over another. And I think what we're seeing with this 24/7 technology, there are going to be certain people who excel as a result of understanding the technology, and the others will be left behind.
Well, it's important that we not leave our seniors behind, because we can't overlook their concerns, and yet they need to feel like, hey, I can walk down this path too. You mentioned earlier that you've actually seen with just 5 hours of study that senior brains can in fact hook into this new technology and learn to manipulate it.
That's right, and we can see it very quickly. It shows how an older brain is very plastic. And what we find with seniors is once we introduce it into their lives, they get it. But it has to have a purpose. It has to be fun. There are computer classes. We often encourage grandparents to email their grandchildren in other cities so they can feel the social connection. You know, we talked about face-to-face eye contact, how important that is. Well, there is definitely an emotional component to the technology communications. You know, I know, for example, I feel very youthful when I text message. You know,
that's what those opposable thumbs are for.
You know, I do a lot of email, but texting, I see it more in my daughter's generation. And I know when I get a text from her, I think, oh, this is kind of cool, and I try to use shorthand, and it has an emotional impact. So I think if we can get seniors involved in that emotional draw, I think that can be a good thing.
And who knows what area of interest may be triggered. I know I watched my mother-in-law. It was the Food Network. When she discovered online there were recipes, and she loved to feed people. That became the driving force as she acquired her computer skills, and it was wonderful to watch. I know some older people, it's the chance to not only get but then share wonderful family photos.
Yeah, I think that's a great example of how the content will draw an individual in. I saw it in my father, who is a physician, and we couldn't get him to use the computer at home, but at his hospital they had changed to computerized records, and he picked it up very quickly. When he knew he had to do it, it kicked in and he liked it.
That's really interesting how the professional aspect will help us. And since we know there are going to be a lot more older people in the workforce, maybe that's one of the hooks we can use. We'll be right back with Dr. Gary Small, but we need to take this short break.
Need a recycling center? Call 311, the toll-free number for non-emergency services. 311, your one call to City Hall. Graffiti removal? Call 311, the toll-free number for non-emergency services. 311, your one call to City Hall.
The Department of Public Works Bureau of Contract Administration keeps the city's projects on track, ensuring safety first and fairness always, from the streets all the way to the stars.
Welcome back to Aging in LA. We're talking with Dr. Gary Small, who has written a wonderful book called Surviving the Technological Alteration of the Modern Mind, or the I-Brain. Dr. Small, the seniors, I think, often are intimidated the moment you mention technology, and yet you have a technological toolkit to help seniors cope.
I think the older generation is reluctant to pick this stuff up. It seems intimidating, it seems daunting, and so the I-Brain has a whole technology toolkit. I mean, what kind of decision making goes into purchasing a computer? How do you use the internet? More sophisticated approaches. How can you learn text messaging and really get a handle on this, which I think is one approach to bridging the brain gap. But I think we also need to realize too much of a good thing is not good.
Well, yes, indeed. And you bring up in the book the almost addictive nature of these new technologies.
It's very interesting. You know, we know that you can certainly get addicted to drugs or alcohol, and now we know food can be addiction. Even sex can be an addiction. But I think the latest addiction that people are not aware of is technology. And there are people who've had real struggles with this, all ages, where email can be quite addictive. Video gaming, the virtual video games, there are people who spend 12, 14 hours a day with their avatar, communicating and living in a fantasy life. Kids with their video games can be addicted. And there are actually addiction treatment centers now that are focusing their programs on technology.
Well, and there's so many, what do I want to say, markers for addictive behaviors. When you begin to cut loose jobs, friends, family, where you become pumped up with self-importance, and yet your performance levels drop. And seniors might be as prone to falling into those traps as anyone.
They are. You know, as it turns out, there is an age effect on how much time people spend with technology, and the older you are, the less likely you are to spend time with it. But you're right in that older people can get just as addicted as younger people, and the part of the brain that is involved is dopamine network, which is a reward trigger. It works in drug addiction, and it works in technology addiction as well.
Right, and these addictive behaviors are frankly, they're all around us. I want to talk for a minute about some of the wonders that are coming. Before we started taping today, I asked you, will we be able, with implants or new kind of wiring, actually help people who have suffered memory loss or prevent it from happening?
Well, this is the part of I-Brain I call the future brain, and what's to come. And it's quite exciting in terms of the technology development. There are now groups that have perfected the sensors, not just attached to the brain, but even to the skin, where the people can actually control a computer cursor or a mouse with their thoughts.
Fantastic.
And so they're beginning to type 15 words a minute. As this technology develops, I would predict that eventually we can wear a little headband that is attached by Bluetooth to your handheld device, and if you want to meet your friend for a cup of coffee, you just beam your thoughts to your little device, and it goes over the internet.
Well, I love that. And, you know, we have living examples. When I see Dr. Stephen Hawking, you know, the astrophysicist, look how technology has permitted him to stay engaged and continue groundbreaking work in his field.
A lot of this technology has developed from work with stroke victims and
Yes.
other people with neurologic disorders, and now they're taking it to the next level. And eventually, I think there will be implants. You know, you may go into the doctor and say, well, I'd like some LASIK to improve my vision, and can I have a hippocampal implant to help me with my memory?
Well, I'm ready for the readouts right here in the lenses of my glasses. I am.
You know, I think the implants are a little farther down the road, but the readouts in your glasses, I mean, that's a technology that's probably much closer.
Well, I also understand that there's a great deal of work going on with our wounded veterans coming back from war in Iraq, that the Defense Department is actually putting some resources into this field to help with, for someone who's lost a limb or maybe has some cognitive impairment because of the war.
Well, there's certainly funding from government sources. I know there's some interest in the National Science Foundation in these new kinds of technologies. And I think we're going to see more and more investment in it because we can all benefit from it. I've been working very much on the technologies used to detect problems in the brain. And I think we can take those technologies to the next level to actually correct some of these problems.
You work with a lot of young people here at UCLA and the Semel Institute. Are they excited about this field? Do they see what you have developed and how exciting this can be in the next 20 years?
There's a lot of energy around what's going on, and I think we're all sort of scratching our heads and we say, can this be real? I mean, we're beginning to meet with people all over campus. I've got meetings with scientists in the electrical engineering department.
Yes.
The Center on Aging recently had our first Technology and Aging Conference where we brought together experts from industry, from healthcare, and informed consumers, and it was just a fascinating day where people were networking, thinking about different ideas, and I think we're going to get to the next step when we bring together knowledgeable people from different areas of science.
Right. You know, we've got to talk some money here. Where are the major sources of funding for the research, the necessary research that you are doing, that the center is doing? Because you've got to go out there and hustle up money, right?
It's a challenge.
Yes.
Certainly the government helps us considerably, as do private foundations, but it is a struggle when we have an economy like we have today, and lots of funds are going into defense. We're concerned about power and energy sources. It is a struggle to move science forward.
But see, for me, this is a personal observation. Corporate America is going to have a tidal wave of older workers. They better get on board here. And the government is going to profit from older workers staying in the workforce and not taking out of the system, but in fact contributing. This is our future.
I think we need leaders with vision, because in general, one of the things we talk about in iBrain is how our brains tend to go for immediate gratification. There's a natural tendency to opt for something right now rather than think ahead of how these new technology developments might help us in the future.
Well, and this is not rocket science. 80 million baby boomers started turning 60 a couple of years ago. They're here. They're coming. We've got to work on them. Now, before we go too much further, how can people access iBrain? How do they get their copy of this so they too, like me, can better understand what we're dealing with?
They can go to local bookstores, they can go to Amazon.com, BarnesandNoble.com, or they can go to my website, drgarysmall.com, drgarysmall.com.
drgarysmall.com. Now, we have gone all this way, and I haven't mentioned your co-author, who is your wife, Gigi Vorgan. Tell me, how did that work? Were you guys just having dinner conversation and said, oh, let's do a book?
I think we wrote the book to figure out how to deal with our kids. and they're very interested in it. They want to find out what's going on in their brains. And in fact, I'm going to be doing a lot of talks to parent groups, going out to the schools and helping parents figure out how to deal with their teenagers and what all this technological revolution is all about.
Well, people who are familiar with watching Aging in LA know that I have a real sympathy towards intergenerational programs. It may be we have to skip over the parents so that youngsters are connecting with seniors because they can learn much from each other.
Well, I think it's a wonderful use of technology is to bring the seniors, the grandparents, and the kids together. And in fact, that's often a great way that they help each other. You know, the grandparent has the son or grandson come over and help them set up their computer, show them how to use their email.
Right.
And I think there are positive things. I mean, we know that hand-eye coordination, peripheral vision is improved from a lot of the technology use. In fact, one study found that surgeons who play video games actually make fewer errors in the operating room.
Wow, that's very interesting. Is it because they are really working on a hand-eye coordination, or is it a part of the brain that becomes engaged?
It's probably both. And I think the next time any of us go in for elective surgery, we might interview the surgeon and ask, do you play World at War on this video?
But it may be those are the kind of the credentials we all have to include in our, well, to borrow your phrase, the toolkit that we have.
Yeah, I think we have to put this in perspective. We have to realize that the technology revolution is here, that it's affecting our brains. It's not all good and it's not all bad, but we need to adapt. We need to figure out how we can improve and actually survive the technological alteration of the modern mind.
And I think, too, we have to somehow minimize the unintended consequences. If we'd been thinking a little better, for example, when women came into the workforce, we might have asked this question, who's going to take care of the kids? Because what we suddenly discovered is that we have children, latchkey kids, because both mom and dad are working. And that's the part of the technological revolution and the differences that we've got to give some thought to. What's coming?
Yeah. We have to think about what's coming. We have the technology toolkit for people who don't know how to use the technology, but also we have to think about being role models for our kids. I mean, there are baby boomer couples who are laptoping away in the bedroom. I mean, maybe it's a good idea to turn off the technology by 8 or 9 o'clock at night, to make a deliberate effort to have family time for people to sit down and have conversations and to interact and engage.
Well, here at the Aging and Memory Center, you also can use some volunteers, people who can come in and actually be a part of this revolution.
We're always looking for volunteers, and thanks to the National Institute on Health, we have lots of studies going on to help us understand how the brain ages and what we can do about it. So, call us at UCLA. You can find me, Dr. Gary Small. We'll be happy to find out if you can volunteer.
Okay, so it's Dr. Gary Small, and they'll get you.
They'll get me, or they can just call up UCLA and ask for Dr. Gary Small.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Small, for being with us today. I'm Paul Peterson, and you've been watching Aging in LA.
Hey, buddy! You with the stupid hat! Come here. Closer. No parking! Do you know what happens when you park illegally on these narrow hillside streets? You block the street so emergency vehicles can't pass. Each year, homes are destroyed and lives are lost because of drivers like you who park illegally. And you know what else? You can get a citation. And you can be towed.
Help us get to the emergency. The life we save just might be yours.
How'd you know?
The ball called.
Hey, look out for the pothole.
My name is Pico, and I want to tell you something. From Pacoima to Pico Union, Northridge to North Hollywood, Dutch to Wilmington, back in LA is the best. And so is watching LA City View 35. It's our city. It's our channel.
Good morning, Los Angeles, and welcome to the City Council meeting for Friday, September 24th, 2010. I want to welcome folks that are here in the council chambers with us today. Thank you for taking time out of your day to be here with us, as well as those who are viewing us on Channel 35, which broadcasts these meetings live through the city's cable system every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. They also rebroadcast in the evening for your convenience. And we're also available two other ways online through the city's website at www.lacity.org and through the telephone 213-621-CITY. It's a council phone and a service of the city for not only our council meetings but our committee meetings as well. Our agendas are made available to the public 72 hours in advance and 24 hours in advance for our special meetings, and those are made available in person in city facilities and also online at lacity.org. And we also have online links to important city services, to our agendas, and to all the supporting materials which council members get for the items that we vote on. Those are also available online for the public, and we keep all past council meetings archived in our online footage as well. Want to thank everybody who is here, especially those council members who are here on time. Pursuant to City Council rules, all council members should be here at 10 o'clock when we begin this meetings, and council members Cardenas, Koretz, Labange, Perry, Rosendahl, and Zine are here. We have excuses on the desk for Mr. Smith and Mr. Weezar. That leaves Mr. Wesson, Mr. Reyes, Mr. Parks, Mr. Krikorian, Ms. Hahn, and Mr. Alarcon late, if they will please make their way down as soon as possible. Each Friday meeting we mark important occasions, notable people, significant accomplishments, and other great things happening here in the city of Los Angeles. And today is no different, and we certainly have some angels in the audience here today, the City of Angels. If I could ask folks to please bring their conversations down so we can begin the formal part of the meeting and begin our presentations. We have 5 presentations today, the first of which will be led by Councilmember Tony Cardenas of the 6th Council District, who will be celebrating a very important month here with us in Los Angeles. As he makes his way forward, colleagues, he will be giving a presentation, and there are members of the audience here from many different council districts, and he will be giving descriptions of those honorees today, and we then are available for each council member to go in the back and take pictures and to congratulate these honorees that are from his or her district. So we'll try to keep that presentation to about 10 minutes. And I'd like to welcome Mr. Cardenas forward for our first presentation of today. Tony Cardenas.
Thank you, Council President Garcetti. I don't know if you had the opportunity to announce that the overall, each one of the honorees today, and they're all well-deserved, will be given the opportunity to take pictures with their council member behind chambers. So at this time, what I'd like to do is present the honorees, and I will announce their name if the honoree can come forward so they can be recognized by the camera, and so that all the people of Los Angeles can appreciate who they are during the presentation. So with that, we'll start with the honoree for Councilmember Richard Alarcon, and that is Mary A. Rapazzo. Mary, are you? Okay, come on up, Mary. Hi. Mary Rapazzo is a Los Angeles native, and she's a fine arts painter. She does digital arts and graphics design. She also has it's always been important to her in her life while growing up in Hollywood in the Valley to be involved in art. She began painting at the age of 10. With the encouragement of her grandmother, who taught her to paint flowers, old barns, and landscapes, her recognizable one-eyed signature style is expressed in bold statements using bright colors, figurative and representational images, and idealized forms. Mary's paintings have been shown at several galleries in California and New York. Her work has garnered national awards and has been featured in several publications, including the Book of Deaf Artists in America, Colonial to Contemporary by Deborah Sonnenstrahl. She is currently working for Disney Consumer Products, doing digital art for a variety of character properties, and she loves her creative work. In her extra time, she does her own paintings and commissioned art projects for her clients. Additionally, Mary has contributed to fundraising efforts in the deaf community through donations of her art. She supports organizations such as GLAD, Greater Los Angeles Agency of Deafness, the California State University's Northridge National Center of Deafness, CODA West, and Hearing Loss Associations of Los Angeles. She has taught computer graphic design to the deaf high school students at Malton School for the Deaf. She is grateful for all the love and support she received from her family while growing up. They were strong advocates for her mainstream education and career developments. Mary is presented by Desart, one gallery in Palm Springs, California, where several of her paintings are available for viewing. To contact Mary about her exhibits, you can get a hold of her at www.mar1i.com. So let's give Mary a round of applause. Next, we have our honoree from Paul Krikorian, and that's David Kurz. Is David present? Okay. We'll hold on a minute. Okay. Our next honoree is Tomiko Frazier. Tomiko? Tomiko Frazier is a professional model, author, spokesmodel, and also the founder and facilitator of Tomiko Frazier's Goddess Gathering, a female empowerment and support group. Currently in its 4th year, the Goddess Gathering meets on a monthly basis. The Goddess Gathering hosted its first outreach program and empowerment workshop in 2008 with the generous support of Maybelline. The workshop, conceived by Tomiko, helped to empower women and young girls from 2 Los Angeles area social service organizations to tap into their natural talents and build self-esteem. The young men and women I work with, the young men and women that she works with, lack confidence and self-esteem from years of being oppressed, overlooked, and underserved as a community. Tomiko has demonstrated in her Goddess Gathering workshops that she is the perfect person to not only give modeling tips and advice on the fashion industry, but more importantly, she is an expert at making people feel good about being themselves, nurturing the spirit, and helping to get in touch with one's inner beauty. Tomiko Frazier is voluntarily lending her expertise to empower our deaf models to be the change they want to see in the world, and advocates for the inclusion of deaf models within the fashion and modeling business, supporting our mission to let beauty speak for itself. Once again, let's give a hand to Tomiko Frazier. Again, sometimes we take pictures up front, but since we're honoring 15 guests, we'll do that in the back in the interest of time. Thank you, Tomiko. Our next honoree is from the honoree from the 12th District, our council member Greg Smith, and that's Vera Peterson Fleischer. Vera?
Do I stay here or do I sit down?
I would say we're going to take pictures with them later.
Well, I'm speaking for Greg.
Oh, no, in the interest of time. Okay. Thank you. Okay, our honoree again is Vera Peterson Fleischer. She's been a wonderful teacher and an unsung hero in the San Fernando Valley for over 33 years. After asking the community for nominations and screening them, the 12th District was proud to nominate for LA City Person of the Year awards Vera Peterson Fleischer on behalf of the 12th District. In her 33 years as a teacher of deaf children, she has touched and transformed the lives of over 1,000 deaf and hard of hearing children. More than that, she has inspired and encouraged countless families and professionals with her undefeatable, positive, and caring spirit, as well as the deep knowledge of both subject matter and cross-cultural implications. Vera is a rare Native American who comes from a long line of well-known deaf family who has dedicated themselves to the betterment of lives and education through the California School for the Deaf for over 61 years. Vera graduated from the California School for the Deaf, matriculated from Gallaudet University in Washington, D.C. in 1968. She received her master's degree from CSUN. She married Dr. Lawrence Fleischer and then successfully juggled the hats of wife, mom, and teacher for scores of years. Over the next 33 years, she was teaching at the Pasadena School and then the Granada Hills High School before retiring after 33 years. In the meantime, she has been an invaluable asset to her husband, Dr. Larry Fleischer, and a wonderful mom to her daughter and grandmom to her granddaughter. She also continues to teach at the California State University Northridge, enlightening multitudes of impressionable university students who have gone on to become valuable teachers, interpreters, and service providers. Because of Vera, multitudes of lives have been enhanced. It is with genuine pride that the 12th District has nominated Vera Peterson Fleischer for the Los Angeles Person of the Year Award. Congratulations. They have it over. Okay. Next, we have the honoree from the 14th District, Jose Huizar's District, Maria Smith. Maria Smith available? Okay. She's an employee of the Greater Los Angeles Agency of Deafness, otherwise known as GLAD, for the past 16 years. She's in her sweet 16th year. Her job title is clerk. In addition to her regular duties, she keeps an eye on the building, ensuring the safety of our deaf residents. She goes beyond her duties as she arranges trips for residents going to Las Vegas, Farmers Market, and other places residents want to visit. She has even driven them to Las Vegas and Laughlin herself. Maria voluntarily decorates the building on different holidays, making the building a beautiful place for GLAD employees and consumers to appreciate it. She volunteers to make delicious desserts for the board of directors during their monthly meetings. She always volunteers as a clown during events held at GLAD to entertain children and those young at heart. In almost all of GLAD's fundraising events, Maria is there to volunteer and helps out even at early hours. She never hesitates and is always the first to volunteer. Maria cares deeply for GLAD, the staff, the residents, and their consumers. Maria is a dedicated volunteer for the deaf and blind community. And once again, this is the honoree from the 14th District, Councilmember Huizar, Maria Smith. Okay. Could we have Mr. Kendall come forward? Which district? 4. From District 4, the representative, the honoree from District 4. Okay. Mr. Kendall graduated from Gallaudet College in Washington, D.C. with a Bachelor of Science degree in Library Science in 1968 and a Master's of Arts degree from Goddard College in Plainfield, Vermont in Creative Communication Skills in 1974. Mr. Kendall toured as an actor and administrator nationally and internationally with the original Tony Award-winning National Theater of the Deaf, Waterford, Connecticut in 1968 through 1973. Mr. Kendall was a founding actor of the original Little Theater of the Deaf, Waterford in Waterford, Connecticut in 1970 through 1973. Mr. Kendall studied theater and acting with Alice Spivak in Manhattan and performed various roles off-Broadway in 1974 through 1977. Mr. Kendall was an ASL deaf culture instructor at New York University Deaf Program in Greenwich Village and served as cottage parent at the famed New York School for the Deaf, Fanwood, in White Plains, New York, from 1974 to 1977. Mr. Kendall appeared as the deaf boyfriend with Amy Irving in the film Voices in Hoboken, New Jersey, and also United Artists in 1979, as well as supporting role in actor and assistant stage manager for the Children of a Lesser God in the Mark Taper Forum, Broadway in New York City, and First National Touring Company from 1979 to 1982. Mr. Kendall was an actor and technical advisor to the Oscar-winning film Children of a Lesser God in 1985, and also St. John, Nova Scotia, and Canada. He played the biological father in the ABC after-school special Torn Between Two Fathers with Pat Benatar in Los Angeles in 1989. Mr. Kendall attended National University for further education and earned a California General Education teaching credential in 1991 and communication with a handicap credential from California State University Northridge in 1992. Mr. Kendall also served as mentor, master teacher at Malton School for the Deaf with CSUN credentials programs from 2000 to 2009. Mr. Kendall has a passion of being a deaf and hard of hearing teacher of preschool, kindergarten, elementary, middle, and high school teachers for 25 years at the Malton School for the Deaf in Los Angeles at LA Unified School District. Mr. Kendall also served as United Teachers of Los Angeles chapter chair for the Malton School of the Deaf in Los Angeles Unified School District and president as well. So with that, we'd like to thank and congratulate Mr. Malton. Dr. Kendall, thank you. Our next honoree is on behalf of District Number 3, Dennis P. Zine, Denise Sedansky. Come on up, Denise. Councilman Zine's award is presented to Denise Sedansky as a teacher at Taft High School for her service and dedication to the hard of hearing community. Denise Sedansky has been a teacher for 23 years. This is her second year at Taft High School and 12th year with LAUSD. Mrs. Sedansky taught all ages from preschool all the way up to high school. The schools include President Avenue Elementary School, Birmingham High School, Chime Charter Elementary School, and Mulholland Middle School. She has also been a part-time math instructor at CSUN for over 18 years. This past year, Mrs. Sedansky took 3 deaf and hard of hearing students to the Deaf Academic Bowl, where they competed with 16 different schools. Their deaf and hard of hearing team got the opportunity to participate in the DHH basketball tournament and played against 6 programs for the deaf in Los Angeles area. They participated in the Greater Los Angeles Council of Deafness, also at GLAD's Career Day, where the students got to meet several deaf and hard of hearing role models with different career backgrounds. They have also been invited to the City Hall to meet with the council members to express the importance of GLAD's teen pregnancy prevention program for all the high school students. Mrs. Sedansky is married and has 3 wonderful children. She served as the secretary and board member on the GLAD Council for 11 years. She was also involved with the Parents Support Group for the parents of deaf and hard of hearing children for several years. Once again, let's give a wonderful hand to Denise Sedansky. Okay. It's a lot of people to honor today. Let me get my notes in order. Okay, representing Council District Number 10, we have Sean Birch. It's fancy lettering, I can't see it. Is Sean available? Okay. As we celebrate Deaf Awareness Month, we should also honor the 20th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, which opened doors for a generation that could not have been conceived in previous generations. Once again, let's congratulate our country for the Americans with Disabilities Act. Sean Birch was one of the first individuals in Southern California to be hired in the Americans with Disabilities Act and has remained employed by the University of Southern California for 20 years. I'm sure you will agree that he is truly an extraordinary individual who deserves special recognition for paving the way for all people with hearing and other disabilities. Sean is a resident of Council District 10. There are films that document his life and career. He is an example of a true American hero whose courage stands as an example for all of us to applaud. He has also served at USC Medical Department as a data entry operator using special headgear to type out letters on the computer. Once again, we honor Sean Birch for his leadership and for paving the way for many, many people with disabilities and hard of hearing. Okay. Okay, is David Kurz available? Not here yet? Okay. Is Cherie Devereaux available? On behalf of Paul Koretz, council member of the 5th District. Hey, Cherie. Cherie Devereaux, a proud Encino resident in the 5th Council District, is the founder and CEO of Defiant Models Management. Definite Models Management, and serves on the Deaf Festival LA Committee. Definite Models, it's spelled wrong here. Definite Models is a model management agency exclusive to representing and advocating for the inclusivity of deaf and hard of hearing and men and women, inspiring to become fashion, fitness, and runway models within the fashion industry. Last year, 23 Definite Models rocked the runway at Deaf Festival LA, hosted by 6th District Council member, that's me, Tony Cardenas, and this year's highly anticipated fashion show, and it is very much anticipated. People are talking about that a lot. Fashion show will deliver another fascinating event, providing again that beauty speaks for itself. Since the debut of Definite Models last year, several models have signed with agents, booked auditions, and landed lucrative modeling jobs on print ads and commercials and broadcast television shows. That was from last year's event. So congratulations. Thank you. Cherie found a need to help broaden and challenge mainstream ideas about using deaf or even differently abled persons within the fashion, entertainment, and advertising industries, believing that these capable young men and women shouldn't be invisible because of preconceptions or notions about their auditory challenges and other issues. Definite Models now is in its 2nd year representing deaf and hard of hearing models nationwide, with models flying in from as far away as North Carolina and Georgia to be in this year's fashion show at the Deaf Festival that we'll be having tomorrow here in the city of Los Angeles in the San Fernando Valley. Thanks to Cherie Devereaux for her we wanted to thank Cherie Devereaux for her extraordinary work and commitment to serving the deaf community and for recognizing that fashion should be seen and not heard. Very well done. Okay. All right. There's no particular order here. Okay. Okay, while we're waiting for the information for Council District 15th representative. Councilmember Parks and Perry, can you come up? Do you have the? Should I just read this? Do you want to come up? Okay. I can just read that when I bring. Okay. Is this part of this presentation? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'm just going to get into it.
I don't.
Irma Sanchez.
I don't have her info. Oh, okay, here we go. I like big lettering.
Me too.
My eyes are getting worse. Could we have Irma Sanchez come forward? Irma Sanchez is a wife, mother, friend, and tireless advocate for families with deaf or hard of hearing children. Irma and her husband Miguel have 3 deaf boys: Enrique, 9 years old; Hector, 13 years old; and Felix, 15 years old. Irma is a parent mentor with the Deaf Education and Families Project at the Family Focus Resource and Empowerment Center, California State University, Northridge. She provides outreach, education, and support to families with deaf or hard of hearing children in 3 languages. Many of the families Irma meets and speaks with are Latino families facing challenges that exceed having a child with special learning needs. She reaches out to these families and provides much needed information, support, and guidance based on her own experiences and resources from the community. Irma understands the dedication needed to learn and use American Sign Language with her sons. Long before Irma started working as a paid parent mentor, she was providing support and guidance to families at her son's school, Malton School for the Deaf in Los Angeles. Irma continues to be a role model for parents at Malton and freely opens her home and heart to so many families. Irma recently began having organized events in Los Angeles specifically dedicated to Latino families with deaf or hard of hearing children. Irma is a treasure who is spreading her riches throughout the community through love, caring, and passion. Once again, congratulations, Irma Sanchez. Gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Irma. Gracias. Do you have the language? Do you want to do it? Or?
I can do it, yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cardenas, and it's a pleasure to make this presentation to Luis Perez, who is a resident of the 9th Council District. He and his family have deep roots in our community. In fact, Luis attended Hooper Elementary and LA Academy, and now is a student at Jefferson High School, all 3 schools in the 9th. He is an incredibly motivated young man who is working hard to ensure that his dreams of college become a reality. In fact, he is already taking some college-level courses while he's enrolled in high school and dreams of attending UCLA. His passion for math has also sparked an interest in becoming an architect. His friends describe him as someone whose perseverance and commitment to his goals drive him to succeed in everything that he does. In fact, he told us that his coaches, his teachers, his friends and parents inspire him to be a better individual and to face new challenges. Now, he realized that he had some hearing difficulties in the 6th grade, and he received assistance from his speech teacher who helped him overcome the challenges he faced and helped him to excel in school. And because he received that help, he is enthusiastic about helping others in need, especially his peers. So I want to thank Luis today for joining us, and it's an honor to present him with the certificate and to celebrate his achievements.
And then we'll take pictures in the back.
Thanks.
I'll read that. Okay. Council District 15, I just want to say, yes, Ms. Hahn, I did have the language, but it was on the certificate, and I kind of get confused when I say, do I say the whereases or not? But So here we have it. Our next honoree is Christine Hill. Christine, come forward. Thank you. Christine Hill is an itinerant teacher for the deaf and hard of hearing programs in LA Unified School District. She received her Bachelor of Science degree in Deaf Education and her Master's of Science degree in Educational Psychology from the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. She has been working with deaf and hard of hearing children for 30 years, beginning her teaching career as an elementary deaf and hard of hearing classroom teacher at the Tennessee School for the Deaf. Prior to joining the deaf and hard of hearing programs in the Los Angeles Unified School District, Christine taught at the Atlanta Area School for the Deaf and in Compton Unified School District as well. During her 3 decades in education, Christine has worked with deaf and hard of hearing students as a former classroom teacher, mentor, teacher, case manager, homeschool teacher, and advocate. She enjoys every opportunity to collaborate with parents, teachers, and support staff in order to act in the best interest of every child. She especially enjoys assisting parents of preschool-age children evaluate and select appropriate services and placement options for their children. For their child or children. Christine has been and continues to be a strong advocate for children with special needs and their families. She volunteers with a nonprofit agency working and protecting the rights of the most vulnerable individuals. Christine is nationally recognized as a national board certified teacher, exceptional needs specialist, and early childhood specialist as well, for children and adults, and holds a certificate in education administration. Once again, we honor Christine Hill. Okay, our next honoree is from Councilmember Rosendal's district, Council District 11.
Good morning. Today is a very interesting day for me on this because the person we're going to bring up standing next to me is frankly the results of the person we're honoring, who isn't here right now. We're honoring Michael Maddox, and we're honoring him because he's a resident of Playa Vista, and Michael helped to launch the Definite Models. This is a group that encourage men and women in the hearing-impaired community to pursue opportunities in fashion. The experience is rewarding for those individuals, giving them self-confidence and a feeling of accomplishment. Most importantly, he has changed the lives of deaf people and women, giving them the knowledge and tools to achieve their hopes and their dreams. When 10 agencies turned down one of his models, Floyd McCain, who's standing here right next to me, Michael saw Floyd's talent and potential and signed him up as a Definite Models. And out of that, the rest is history with the gentleman standing right here. Months later, the Tyra Banks Show picked Floyd out of 600 models to complete in a male model search, and McCain took second place in the entire thing. Michael's work soon garnered acclaim as he went from producing courtship fashion shows to emerging as an international renowned runway instructor. And you know, he's a household name today and under new faces in modeling. Most importantly, I'd like to thank Michael for his tireless contribution to Definite Models. I'd like to commend him for the opportunities and hopes to those most deserved. And accepting, of course, as I mentioned, is the talented model Floyd McCain. And if he could just say a word or two, it would be great. Please. For the rest of us.
All right, can somebody stand there and sign?
Hand him the mic.
Okay. I'd like to share with people, my name is Floyd McClain, and I did go to various agencies, and a lot of them rejected me, and I couldn't understand why they turned me down, and then one day, Michael started to teach me how to exercise and eat right, and then, after losing weight from exercising, I improved much better, and that person has a big heart and has helped many deaf people, not only the diversity, so thank you.
He's obviously a very handsome man. and is a very successful model.
Thank you. Let's go. All right, thanks. Thank you, Councilmember Rosendahl. Our next honoree is the honoree from the 1st District, Councilmember Reyes' district, Sofia T. Salvin. Is Sofia available? Okay. 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 We'll give Sophia a minute to see if she'll be present. Okay. The next honoree will be Jeremiah Valencia, and he's being honored by myself, Tony Cardenas, the council member from the 6th District. Jeremiah Valencia is the second of 5 children who was born and raised in Tucson, Arizona. When Jeremiah was in high school, the entire family decided to move to Riverside, California so that their children could get a better education at the California School for the Deaf in Riverside, because his entire family is deaf: his parents, his 3 brothers, and his sister. While growing up in the Southwest, the 5 children spent countless hours playing in their backyard because their father made them a basketball court so they can continue to stay healthy and enjoy themselves. His brothers and friends played basketball daily in their backyard. At a young age, Jeremiah and his 2 brothers got national attention when they were pictured and interviewed and published in Sports Illustrated for Kids. Jeremiah and his brothers continued to succeed, winning tournaments after tournament in basketball and qualifying for the state championships and the playoffs. And in high school, Jeremiah was selected to be part of the Riverside County All-Star Team, one of the many honors and awards he received during his high school basketball career. After high school, Jeremiah went on to play basketball for Gallaudet University, and the world's only university for the deaf, which is situated in Washington, D.C. He became the team captain of the Gallaudet's basketball team for 4 entire years and was heavily involved with the Gallaudet Intramurals program, and he also assisted in various sports such as volleyball, flag football, basketball, volleyball, softball, and indoor hockey, and other sports with the children as well, with the young people as well. During his college years, Jeremiah went to 2 different Deaf Olympic Games, the first in Rome, Italy in 2001, and the second in Melbourne, Australia in 2005, where he and his team won the gold medal in both of those games. In addition, Jeremiah led his basketball team to the national championship 3 times while still coaching for several youth basketball camps as well in the Riverside Sports Camp and Camp Dribble. His involvement with sports motivated Jeremiah to get a bachelor's degree in physical education and aspire to become an athletic director. Jeremiah is currently pursuing his master's at National University, has 3 children of his own, and established the Deaf Sports Academy because he saw a lack of youth sports programs for the deaf. He also played for the American Basketball Association, otherwise known as the ABA, for 1 season with the Ontario Warriors. Jeremiah has strong aspirations that the Deaf Sports Academy will someday become a national level sports program for youth where teams can travel to play against each other and gain a wealth of experience playing sports and meeting others just like themselves. Growing up, Jeremiah wanted to bring more opportunities for youth today, and his accomplishments and works are a testament to his abilities and his willingness to continue to be an aspiration for every person, not only children with disabilities. So once again, our honoree, Jeremiah Valencia. Okay, we'll get So, is your honoree here, Ed? Please come forward. Okay. Do you want to go and read? Go ahead, sure.
First, thank you, Councilman Cardenas, for this very important presentation. Our colleague Sofia T. Salvin is a school. It's a school in my district. The principal, Joyce Sellers, called us earlier, a few minutes ago, and can't make it here this morning. But I want to just take time to acknowledge her and the great school that essentially is a special education center. It's located in Pico Union and accommodates approximately 300 students with moderate to severe disabilities from 3 to 12 years of age. Even with diverse group of special needs students, Sullivan has been awarded several accolades in student academic progress and achievement. Sullivan School population reflects the community it serves. The students' ethnicity and cultural diversity consists of approximately 80% Latino, 16% African American, 2% Asian Pacific Islander, 1% Caucasian, and 1% Filipino. All their special education students require an individualized education program and are transported by bus to and from school. A collaborative educational model ensures an optimal educational setting for their special needs students, and this model also fosters a cooperative atmosphere and a strong sense of teamwork. Teachers work collaboratively to design instruction and assessment aligned with state standards. Teachers at Sullivan also use a curriculum geared specifically for moderate to severe special needs students. At Sullivan, designated instructional services providers work with Sullivan students in the areas of deafness, hard of hearing. DIS providers collaborate with Sullivan staff to ensure that progress towards DIS goals are being met and specialized. Teaching strategies are supported and implemented on an ongoing basis. Also, DIS providers consult with staff to provide accommodations and modifications within the classroom setting to optimize student achievement. So, colleagues, thank you for this. I can share with you that when I go to meetings there at Sullivan, they open their doors for the community, but you can also see a proactive approach from the parents themselves. Again, I thank Councilman Cardenas for this great work. Thank you.
And it appears that David Kurz wasn't able to make it, and that's the honoree that was chosen by the Honorable Paul Krikorian. Thank you, Paul. So I'll read his accolades into the record. David Kurz is president of the Greater Los Angeles Agency on Deafness, otherwise known as GLAD, and their mission is to ensure equal access of the deaf and hard of hearing community to the same opportunities afforded their hearing counterparts. The organization's general purpose and powers are directed around the promotion of the social, recreational, cultural, educational, and vocational well-being of its deaf and hard of hearing constituents. Mr. Kurz is an author and experimental filmmaker. In 2007, he wrote and directed The Deaf Man, a thought-provoking short movie that addresses the destiny of deaf people in an age of technological improvements such as the cochlear implant. He has appeared on media programs including Democracy Now! With Amy Goodman and written about the Deaf President Now! Protest of Gallaudet University in 2006. Mr. Kurz has edited works including I Fill This Small Space, The Writings of Deaf Activists by Lawrence Newman, a former president of the National Association of the Deaf. He graduated in 1998 from Gallaudet University, where he served as president of its student body. This Wednesday, September 29th, GLAD will be holding the grand opening of its new Visual Communications Center, a facility for people who use video phones to make calls but do not have the equipment at home. Once again, Mr. Kurz, we honor you and thank you for all of your dedicated service to the entire community. So with that, I just want to say once again, thank you to all of our honorees. Let's give them a big hand. And at this time, if everybody, all the honorees will make their way to my left here, to the back of the chambers, we have an opportunity to take photos with the council members and our honorees. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Mr. Alarcon, just very briefly, wanted to also give a shout out on this month as well. And thank you so much, Mr. Cardenas. And by the way, before Mr. Alarcon speaks, it would be remiss of me not to thank Richard Ray, who I'm very proud to have as constituent, and who Mr. Cardenas, I know you work with very clearly. Wave to everybody. Richard, he's our Deaf Services Coordinator at the Department of Disability and an incredible guy who helps bring it all together. Thank you, Richard. We love you. And Richard Alarcon.
Yes, I wasn't able to speak for the person that was selected from the 7th Council District, Mary Rapazzo, and I wanted to do that because Mary is not only a very talented artist who has accomplished many things, but she was also my next-door neighbor when she was just a teenager. And I remember how her parents encouraged her, nurtured her, supported her, but I also remember how much she loved the arts, and the proof is in the pudding. She has become an accomplished artist artist, and I am so proud of her, and I wanted to recognize her. But I also wanted to say this is not only a tribute to her accomplishments, it's also a tribute to her mother, because her mother has been behind her from day one, never treated her hearing condition as a problem, but merely just something that had to be dealt with in life, and Mary has proven her correct. So I wanted to recognize Jackie Samek, my first next-door neighbor when I bought a house in Mission Hills, and Mary for her tremendous accomplishment and demonstrating that people from the Northeast San Fernando Valley do tremendous things. Congratulations, Mary, and thank you, Tony Cardenas, for recognizing all these wonderful people.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, if we can please call the roll.
Are you ready?
Get the volume from the clerk.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wetson, Zine, Garcetti, 13 members, and a quorum, Mr. President.
You've been practicing. First order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
Ms. Hahn moves and Mr. Koretz seconds. Without objection, that'll be approved. Next order of business.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Labange moves, Mr. Krikorian seconds. Without objection, that'll be approved as well. If we can run through the agenda.
Mr. President, before doing so, we have a request from Council District 15 to continue item number 20 to Tuesday, 9/28, Tuesday, September 28.
Without objection, we'll continue that till the 28th.
Items 1 through 8 are items for which public hearing have been held. Committee reports for items 1, 6, and 7 have been submitted and distributed to Council. Item 1 is a commissioner reappointment. Would you like to hold it on the desk?
Yes, please. Let's hold that on the desk. Are there specials, colleagues? I'll call 8 special, please. Any other specials? 2 through 7? 2 through 7 on the agenda. If there are no specials 2 through 7, let's go ahead and please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items, please.
Items 9 through 21 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, without objection, we will consider those. Do we have cards on any of these?
We do. We have cards on items 9, 11, 18, 19, and 21.
Okay, we'll close the other public hearings. Ms. Hahn, which one did you want? 21, also called special by Ms. Hahn. Mr. Reyes?
12 special for technical amendments.
Okay. Do you have those? Are you ready to say them? Do you want to just say them into the record?
There's been passed by the clerk.
Being circulated. Okay, we'll wait on that. Any other specials, colleagues?
Mr. President, a card has come in for item 16 as well.
Okay. We'll reopen that and put the card forward. On the balance, if we can please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right, those are approved. And continuation agenda, please.
On the continuation agenda, item 22 is an item for which public hearing has been held. It is a commissioner reappointment. However, the mayor's office has sent a letter stating that the commissioner has withdrawn from consideration. Okay. Would council like to receive and file this matter?
Yes, please. Let's receive and file that without objection, item number 22. And with that, we will head back to presentations after Ms. Hahn, I know, has a timely item, and then we'll come back to Mr. Alarcon after that. Ms. Hahn, you wanted item number 21 to be taken out of order? Okay. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, and I know there are some people here today who would like to speak on this, and I appreciate you allowing me to take this out of order as one of my dear friends is laying his father to rest at 11:30, and I was going to try to make that service, so I appreciate the consideration of my colleagues. What we're doing here today, hopefully, is getting a unanimous vote to pass a resolution today in support of the Port of Los Angeles acquiring the historic World War II naval battleship, the USS Iowa. Bringing the USS Iowa here is a win-win for the city of Los Angeles. Berthing this battleship at the port as a waterfront museum would serve as an anchor to the waterfront development that you've heard me talking about probably for the whole 9 years I've been on the city council. It is a planned waterfront development in San Pedro, and it would draw visitors from all over the region, and having this battleship there would just be a terrific attraction that I think people would really enjoy. This is a unique opportunity to bring this historic battleship to Los Angeles, and we should not pass this opportunity up. It will bring tourism dollars to the San Pedro waterfront that are certainly desperately needed right now during this difficult economy. For example, many of you know that the USS Midway down in San Diego is there. It brings an incredible positive impact, nearly $500 million in the 10 years that she's been there. The community has expressed unanimous support for bringing the USS Iowa to Los Angeles. Neighborhood councils, chambers of commerce, veterans groups, the Ports Community Advisory Committee the other night voted unanimously to bring the USS Iowa to San Pedro. Virtually no one I have come in contact with has expressed any opposition to this project. And we have supporters here today from the Pacific Battleship Center to speak in favor of this. The Harbor Department is currently in the process of conducting an economic impact analysis to better understand the benefits of bringing the Iowa to Los Angeles, and is expected to take action in the coming months. So they're still trying to decide if this makes sense, if it's something they want to go after, if they should work to bring this battleship to Los Angeles. I think it's a no-brainer, and so what I want today is to urge you, my colleagues, to request that the Harbor Commission move expeditiously in conducting this economic analysis and support the acquisition of the USS Iowa. I think it would be a great day in Los Angeles. It would be a great day for our waterfront, and I think it would really begin in some small way to spur economic activity in the harbor area, which we know will spread throughout Los Angeles. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. Thank you. Frontier Democratic Club, I know it's in support of it.
Robert Kent is our first speaker for public comment on this. John Stinson will follow if you'd like to come forward to the podium. Thank you very much and welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. My name is Robert Kent, and me and about 75 professional team members with our group have been working over a year and a half to get our ducks in a row for this project and bring this opportunity to the port and the city and the region of Los Angeles. This project, we have over 100 jobs when we're fully operational that this will bring for our project, in addition to another 100 jobs that it will probably bring to the surrounding community. As Janice said, we have full support of all the local neighborhood councils for this project. We anticipate that this project, we're going conservative numbers, but analysis of other similar projects like this in large cities should be over $250 million in indirect and direct economic impact for the city for a no-cost investment. We've already identified $8.5 million that we have secured to bring this project to fruition. That is what the Navy's going to require. Our deadline for our application to the Navy on this project is November 24th. And what we're seeking right now from the Port of Los Angeles is a location to finalize our application. It's very important we have a location in order to submit and meet this deadline. If we miss this deadline, we lose the last opportunity to bring a battleship here. There are no other battleships left in the world. This is the world's last battleship, and it was voted as the world's greatest warship by the Discovery Military Channel of all time. So we have a unique opportunity to bring a very huge project to the Port of Los Angeles. The area that we want to bring this ship is in planning area number 2 of the Waterfront Development Plan, and this area is specifically designated in the EIR for tourist attractions, maritime-related museums, and educational facilities. We meet all 3 of those. The area that we want is an opportunity site, and this is what an opportunity to bring something like this to the Port of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kent. John Stinson is our next speaker. After that is Bruce Horton.
My name is John Stinson. I'm on Coastal San Pedro Neighborhood Council. Good morning, council members. As Janice Hahn said, overwhelmingly, people in the harbor community support this project. And basically, I'd like to point out to you that this is a gift that the city is giving, and it's a gift that will keep on giving. It will conservatively bring hundreds of thousands of dollars in lease fees, millions of dollars in tax revenue, tens of millions of dollars in tourist revenue. And this isn't just this year, this is for perpetuity. So, and also I'd like to point out that this will cost the city nothing. There is no tax obligation, no obligation to maintain. The group that is proposing this actually will take care of all that. They have the means and the money and the support to do so. It will also provide that wow factor that the harbor waterfront project doesn't have, hasn't had. The Port of Los Angeles, God love them, didn't provide in their plan. This will provide what I consider the anchor for development, especially with ports of call. It's a 7-day-a-week, 365-day permanent attraction, something that does not exist now. Besides the economic development, there's education, there is the historical factor, there is training, and actually it's supported by the harbor area commander because it will serve as an emergency platform that basically will be there if there's an earthquake or other national disaster. It will also tie, as I said, historically, the fact that San Pedro was the home of the Pacific Fleet up till the 1940s. So this is a no-brainer, to be sure. I'm hoping that you will vote for this, and not only will you vote for it, but that you will provide your support, your resources, your time to actually make this happen. Thank you.
Bruce Horton is our next speaker.
Mr. President, council members, it's a privilege to be here and address you once again. I'm a neighborhood council person from coastal San Pedro. Recently, we had an event at Point Furman Park called Taste in San Pedro. I man a booth there representing our council. I set up on the first morning a little cardboard thing that says, "Help bring the Iowa to L.A." I set that up before the gates were open. I walked over to get some coffee. I came back and there was a line of people signing the petition. In 2 days, I signed 567 people signed this petition. Veterans, women that worked in defense plants in World War II, they had tears in their eyes with the idea of bringing this ship to San Pedro. It is, as Janice Hahn has said, a win-win condition. It's history. We can teach the children history. We can give them ideas of what it was like, about what their parents went through. I get emotional over this, and I wasn't even in the Navy. I'm an Army guy. But we need to bring this to San Pedro. I've been trying to get aboard a battleship all my life. When I was in the Army, I was up by Bremerton, couldn't get on to Missouri. Early this year, I went to Hawaii trying to get on to Missouri. It was in dry dock. I couldn't get on it. So let's bring the Iowa and let me get on a battleship. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Horton. Patrick Mannion is our next speaker, and then James Bopp. I like the cap. How you doing?
Good morning, I'm Pat Mannion. I grew up on a farm northeast of Council Bluffs on a rock road between Hardscratch and Logan. So I'm an Iowan. When I was 17, I joined the Navy, did 2 tours off Vietnam. I was discharged on Terminal Island, got as far as San Pedro. As an Iowan and a sailor and a resident of LA, I can't tell you how excited I am about this project. This is a real opportunity for the city, and I want to thank you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate your service. James Bopp is our next speaker, then Matt Dowd.
Good morning. The city of Los Angeles is being presented with an awesome opportunity. I had the unique pleasure of sailing on the Iowa one day when my brother served on it. It was a family day, and we went from Newport, Rhode Island, and we sailed into New York City. Sailing into New York Harbor was one of the most amazing experiences I ever had. And dropping anchor with the Statue of Liberty right there, the Twin Towers were right there. It was amazing. And less than a year after that, I unfortunately had one of the worst experiences of my life. Because my brother Peter and 46 of his shipmates made the ultimate sacrifice for their country, and the explosion in Tart too. And I know I speak for my family, and I'm sure I speak for the 46 other families, that we really want the Iowa to finally find a home. And Pacific Battleship Center really seems to be the group that is going to do this, and I ask that you approve this, because one day when I have a family of my own, I want to bring them to a place where they can learn about their Uncle Pete. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you so much for your family's service to our country. Matt Dowd is our next speaker. He'll be followed by Arnold Sachs.
All right, thank you. Yeah, clearly it's on the agenda, so it's going to be approved. Congratulations. It does sound like a no-brainer. I got a couple of things I want to say, though. One, I'd like to see a lot of the money that comes from this. If this is a no-brainer and it's free revenue, let's get the money into the veterans who are stuck here on Skid Row, the homeless, and into some affordable housing. And the reason I say that is because the city of Los Angeles has this history of turning no-brainers into total disasters and costing a bunch of money, and he ended up losing everything and firing half of the city employees. See, there was a $7 billion budget fund, and it's, you know, so that's why someone has to have the oversight to where this money goes, because right now, believe me, it's all lovely, and you vote it through, and I'm in favor of it, but I'm worried about where all the money goes.
Thank you, Arnold. Sachs is our next speaker. After that will be Candido Mares from Van Nuys, and that will be the last public speaker on this.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Arnold Sachs. I also remember that you had the commander from the submarine to Los Angeles here when that ship was decommissioned, and you're planning on putting that at the harbor. It is a win situation for the city, but the real question is why did it take so long for it to appear before City Council? The gentleman spoke that you've been talking about this for over a year. The Harbor Commission has been going through revising plans for the harbor revitalization and revising plans for the harbor revitalization. And all that time, the monetary meter has been ticking. And now there's going to, without question, there'll be another revitalization plan for the harbor with a monetary meter ticking again. So the real question is why so long for something that everybody will agree with is a no-brainer, a great idea that should have happened not 1 year ago, not 2 years ago, maybe 10 years ago. That's the question. Maybe it was because we had a new election of city council members in the last election, but that doesn't hold water. Because the same city council members have been sitting here almost 3 terms. So the question is when things like this happen, when the city council and the neighborhood councils and everybody involved agree on something, why the holdup by the Harbor Commission? Why the redundancy in revising these plans, like everything else, that cost the city tons of money in general funds? And I appreciate the City Council accommodating Ms. Hahn for, unfortunately, the people that have to leave to attend a funeral. Too bad they couldn't accommodate Mr. Parks, who is coming from a funeral, for a critical vote on the ECAP bill. Thank you.
Candido Mares is our final speaker in Van Nuys City Hall. Good morning, Mr. Mares.
Good morning, Mr. President. Thank you very much. Candido Mares, whose father served on the USS Intrepid that is anchored in New York, and I was privileged to be with my father a few years back when we went on the Iowa. So to the young man who lost his brother and to the others, we thank them for their sacrifice. I thank Ms. Hahn, and I'll thank this council because, again, this is about tradition, this is about history, but also these battleships bring a lot of revenue to the city. But more importantly, if we can help the veterans who are on our streets and the veterans who are being neglected, this needs to pass. And if we can use that money for that, I hope that we can pass this. So again, thank you, Mr. President, council members, and Ms. Hahn, again, thank you for your leadership on this effort.
Thank you very much, Candido. And Mr. Krikorian is our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President, and let me thank Ms. Hahn for bringing this matter forward. 65 years ago, my father was a 21-year-old Marine serving on Okinawa and slogging through the mud of that island trying to bring victory in World War II with so many other of his colleagues. And Iowa was just off the coast, and keeping him and his fellow Marines safe by protecting the carriers that were providing air cover to all of them. And it was the bloodiest and worst battle of the Pacific Theater in World War II, and the Iowa was there in support of our Marines. And as one of our speakers pointed out, long after that war ended, the Iowa was still in service to this country, and sadly, because of the tragedy that happened on board, it was a reminder to all of us that at all times and in all theaters, the men and women who wear the uniform of the United States are putting themselves at risk. And so I think it's this ship in particular is an especially potent reminder to us, first of all, of the incredible service of the greatest generation who we're losing every single day. We're losing more and more of our veterans of World War II, and we need a monument and a reminder to their service, and the Iowa will serve that role. It will also be serving the role of reminding us of the sacrifice that our current men and women in uniform are providing to this country as well. So, and at the same time, it'll be an economic stimulus to the city of Los Angeles and create jobs. So I think this is absolutely something that we should move forward with all speed, full speed ahead, we should say, I guess. And so thank you, Ms. Hahn, very much for bringing it forward. I stand in strong support.
Thank you very much, Mr. Krikorian. Mr. Rosendahl.
Put on Post 283 hat, which I'm a member of in the Pacific Palisades, to make it very clear that when we're in service to our country, we need to honor everyone who's been in service to our country, especially those who have put themselves in harm's way. Right now, we're in several wars around the earth, and when those folks come back in one shape or another, we should give them 100% support. This is a no-brainer for me, and I especially want to thank the young man that got up there and talked about his own family person. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange.
I want to thank the councilwoman of the 15th District, Janice Hahn, for continuing trying to make ways to include all of us in this great effort of the Port of Los Angeles. The Iowa belongs there, the Lane Victory is there, and we all should go there. So, but just change the name of the Harbor Freeway to San Pedro so we know to get down there right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That's the last speaker on the queue. If you'll indulge me from the chair. Thank you, Ms. Hahn, for bringing this, and thank you to everybody who's been a part of this campaign. For years, Iowans have come to Los Angeles, and it's time for the USS Iowa to come to Los Angeles as well. And as somebody who is very proud to wear the uniform of the United States Navy and have shipmates that are going off every single month to continue to fight in wars in lands far from Los Angeles, this would be the right thing to do for them, be the right way to honor all the service that Los Angeles has given to this nation, and a wonderful thing for our port. So you have my fullest support, and thank you to everybody who's been a part of that sacrifice in hopefully bringing this here, and we're behind you 100%. So with that, let's take a vote on this proposal. If you'll please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved, and we will send that with the application. Thank you. Full speed ahead. We'll send that forthwith to the mayor, as well as item number 7, without objection to. Thank you. We'll return to our presentations. And I'd like to recognize Councilmember Alarcon for our next presentation.
If I could have all the recipients of recognition for the fact that it is Recovery Month. If they could all step forward, please. Today it's my very special pleasure to honor organizations and individuals who are making an impact and demonstrating that recovery works. In 2008, the Paul Wellstone and Pete Dominici Mental Health Parity and Addiction Equity Act passed in Congress and was signed by President Bush. It provided equal coverage of mental health and addiction treatment compared with traditional medical coverage. Now, in 2010, our nation focuses on the implementation of health care reform, and we have to ensure that substance abuse and mental health services are part of the equation. So we are here to celebrate National Alcohol and Drug Addiction Recovery Month. Of course, thousands of people in Los Angeles and millions across the United States have chosen to forge a path toward recovery from addiction. And a community with drug use and alcohol abuse, of course, is unsafe for our children. And as you know, I do my monthly presentations on child safety, and we feel this impacts our young people as much as anyone. So when our children are exposed, they are more likely to become abusers of alcohol and drugs as well. We as a city must encourage people with alcohol and drug addiction problems to seek treatment, because treatment works and recovery happens. Together, we should continue our work to increase public understanding of substance abuse disorder, and that's why we are here to recognize these tremendous people today. Finally, this month and throughout the year, we must raise awareness about the effectiveness of treatment by celebrating the millions of Americans in recovery. So this is not to talk about all the sad news of drug and alcohol abuse. It's actually to celebrate those who have found a way to recovery. And so we recognize today, in celebration of National Alcohol and Drug Addiction Recovery Month, we honor Danny Trejo, otherwise known as Machete or Tio Machete, depending on your generation, Entertainment Industries Council, New Directions Incorporated, Tarzana Treatment Centers, El Proyecto del Barrio, and Total Family Support Clinic for their work that has inspired people to raise awareness about addiction, share their stories of recovery, and assist others who are still struggling. First, it's my great pleasure to recognize Danny Trejo. Most of you recognize him as an actor. If you haven't seen Danny in a movie, you just haven't been to the movies in the last 10 years. Danny has performed in over 200 movies. He is one of the busiest actors in Hollywood. Comes out of the San Fernando Valley, out of my own neighborhood. In fact, Danny and I worked at an organization called Project Heavy, San Fernando Valley, human efforts aimed at vitalizing youth. So let me tell you a little bit about Danny. Otherwise known as, most recently as Machete, but the kids, anybody who's seen any version of Spy Kids knows that he's Tio Machete. He's an actor who has appeared in hundreds of Hollywood movies, most recently Machete, and has demonstrated outstanding commitment to the treatment of and recovery from alcohol and drug addiction based on his own experience, strength, and hope. Danny became addicted to drugs at a young age while incarcerated in San Quentin State Prison. Excuse me, I read that wrong. Danny became addicted to drugs at a young age, and while incarcerated in San Quentin State Prison, became the California State Prison champion in both the lightweight and welterweight divisions, and in 1968 became a member of a 12-step program, which he credits with his success in overcoming drug addiction. Danny, in 1985, was invited to the set of Runaway Train, where he was offered a job as an extra. Edward Bunker, himself a formerly incarcerated and well-respected crime author who was writing the screenplay for the film, recognized Danny, with whom he had done time with at San Quentin. I know Mr. Koretz is getting a little shaky here on the San Quentin, the mention of San Quentin here. But remembering Danny's boxing skills, he offered him $320 per day to train Eric Roberts, one of the movie's stars, for a boxing scene. And that was the beginning of an entirely different experience for Danny. recognized today for using his dual role as an actor and 12-step program member to raise awareness about how substance abuse disorders affect all people in the community as a testament to the possibility and power of alcohol and drug addiction recovery. Danny Trejo is not your ordinary actor in any sense of the word. In fact, when we were working at Project Heavy, the last thing that you would ever expect was that Danny would be the star of a film that included co-stars Robert De Niro and Jessica Alba. That was not possible, let alone kissing Jessica on camera. That,
8 times.
yeah, I became a council member. He kissed Jessica Alba. I mean, that's a whole different career path. So we want to recognize Danny for the work that he does in the community. This is a continued experience. It's not as if when he went into acting, he stopped doing his counseling. He has continued to do this since his days at San Quentin, and that's a tremendous tribute to this man. We have literally sat down and worked on recovery projects in my council district, and over the years, he has just had tremendous impact on young people. And now, as a positive role model, particularly all the kids recognize him as Tio Machete, and the positive role model that he presented in that movie. We also are here to recognize the Entertainment Industries Council. I'm sorry, I should present the certificate to Danny first. Danny. Please, I want you to.
First of all, I have to
Mr. Allen,
thank,
excuse me. Mr. Allen, we have a couple council members first. Ms. Perry?
I just wanted to thank Mr. Trejo for his work on Skid Row and in the recovery community. It means a lot to me. I know it means a lot to the people, not only in the recovery community at large, but I represent Skid Row, and you've been a real role model. And I just wanted to say publicly how much I appreciate what you have done, and I know that you'll continue to do it. So thank you.
Thank you. My sister was down on Skid Row, too.
Mr. Cardenas.
I just want to thank all of you for all the wonderful work that you do. It truly is the work that you do that makes this country the second chance country that we claim that we are. Unfortunately, I think that there's certain areas that we still have a lot to learn and grow. But the fact of the matter is, recovery programs are actually doing tremendous, wonderful work with very little money. I just hope and pray that we get it right in this country and start to spend more of our resources on prevention, intervention, and recovery rather than just focusing on punishing, and that's about it. So my point to all of you is that I know that you're not being compensated financially anywhere near for the number of hours, the love and commitment that you put into your work, yet at the same time, the results that you get, I know that is the true compensation that you receive. Unfortunately, you don't get the financial compensation you deserve, but at least you get to know in your heart that you have changed lives. And when you change a life of a recovering substance abuser, you're actually changing the life of a family and of a community and of generations to come. So I just wanted to say, I think I understand what you do on a day-to-day basis, and I hope and pray that the community as a whole appreciates you as much as we're appreciating you today at this moment. Also, I'd just like to say on a lighter note, every one of us is a recovering something. I used to be a state legislator, and I used to abuse local governments by taking their money. Now that I'm in local government, I have hopefully recovered, and I will never go back to that again. Thank you.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. It was a real honor and pleasure to ride with you in the parade over in East LA for the 200th years of Cyber Mexico and the bicentennial. What struck me is the emotion and the love that the people along the parade were just giving you, and in your own humble way, you were giving it back with a wave, with a smile, reminding everybody that you don't text. But the fact is, there was some discussion, and folks were saying, well, he's from the Valley, he's from the Valley. And I said, you know, I like to beg to differ. He's from Los Angeles. He's from all of Los Angeles. And that the fact that you experienced Northeast off of Marmon Way and Avenue 50 in that area in your growing years, and to go through the tribulations and overcome what you've overcome, is such an amazing story. And I'm hoping people that are listening, especially the chavalitos that are right now in that age where they're deciding which way they're going to go, to see you in this stage of your life being quiet, being soft-spoken, but your actions are very definitive and very impactful. And for that, I thank you for being such a great role model. Thank you so much.
Mr. Koretz.
Well, thank you. First, I want to thank all of you for the incredible work that you do. But, Danny, I don't know you, but I've watched your career, and as Ed said, I think you are an incredible role model because you show that you can have a difficult life and a difficult start, and you've gone on to become perhaps the best character actor of our generation, and it really does show you can overcome obstacles and you can do some great things, and particularly great things for the community. So I thank you for that, and I have to say my favorite thing that I've seen you do as an actor was an episode of Monk where you were such a frightening character. I had to sneak up on the television set to actually watch the episode. So thank you for your great work in the community, and thank all of you for your great work.
Mr. Wesson.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I just wanted to rise to, of course, say that you're a perfect example of it's not how many times somebody falls down, that does not count. It's how many times you pick yourself up. And I do want to say that I'm a fan, and it just tickles me to death. I mean, for those of you that watch him, he is the scariest bad guy you ever want to see. And for me to see you, and that you're only my size, I mean, God. So you are a bad guy. Congratulations, and keep doing what you're doing.
Mr. Garcetti.
Well said, Mr. Weston, though I don't think you're going to try to take him, are you? All right, good. Well, thank you, Mr. Alarcon, for doing this every year, and to everybody who's being honored, congratulations. And Danny, thank you for who you are. My grandfather was an immigrant from Mexico who himself had tough times, grew up in Boyle Heights. His dad was killed in the Revolution. He ran with some tough guys as well and never finished even junior high school. He was arrested by a young LAPD officer named Tom Bradley way back when. But he fought in World War II, turned his life around, and became a role model and went through a lot of the same things that you have. Never became an actor, was just a barber, but was a real inspiration. And as much as you're acting, and I could agree with everything that's been said except take the word character out of Mr. Koretz's comments, you're one of the greatest actors that I know. I also think that you're somebody who's given back to the community, inspired young people. I remember the quote that you just said recently at a high school graduation, I'd rather shoot for the stars and miss than shoot for the gutter and make it. It's a powerful comment that you said, and I think for so many of our young people today who are looking at how they are represented and looking for a better way, you're an inspiration, and keep up the great work. We're behind you 100%. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Yeah, you know, in a certain way, elected officials are actors because they got to get out there and sometimes smile and sometimes say things that are basically communicating skills and basically trying to bring people together. What you have done, because there's a lot of people out there who are going through a lot of hell. And when you get up and you do what you do, they identify with that, number one. And then you become an inspirational role model. I think just by the way you are and the way you move around, you are saving lives and you're making a huge difference in all of our lives. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you. There's a few people that I just really want to thank. First, Tony and Richard for always backing us for whatever we want to do in San Fernando Valley. And I want to thank Mark Hickman over at Western Pacific MedCorp, who always backs us with whatever we want to do as far as community service. And I want to thank Mario Castillo and Max for always just backing me for whatever I want to do. You know, it's a team effort. You know, a community is a whole team, and without that team, it's like, you know, a community falls, and that means, you know, teachers, police, city government, everybody, and I think we're all doing a pretty good job with what we've got to work with. Thank you very, very much. Also, I'd like to thank my wife for opening up our house anytime there's an emergency and we've got somebody that we've got to put up for a couple of days. Thank you, Debbie. She runs Canine Compassion. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Alarcon.
Danny, before I recognize the other recipients, you got to show them your jacket, man. Most recently, with the Machete movie, he's now branding Machete, and you got to open your jacket.
I have a designer. His name is G Memo, and so I always got my.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Okay, well, Danny gives us an opportunity to feature a very important subject, and of course there are many organizations standing behind me. Let me read them to get their due respect. Day in and day out, they do the work that is so important in our community. The Entertainment Industries Council, Incorporated, represented by Ashley Jupin, the program coordinator, is a nonprofit organization founded in 1983 by leaders in the entertainment industry to provide information, awareness, and understanding of major health and social issues among the entertainment industries and to audiences at large. A recent study indicated that more Americans get their information about health-related concerns from the media, including TV and movies, than from their own family doctors. Recognized today for their work with the creators of entertainment media to depict drug and alcohol use and addiction accurately to further the incorporation of this important information into the creative development of original entertainment. In addition, EIC produces the PRISM Awards in collaboration with SAMHSA, which recognize the accurate depiction of addiction, treatment, recovery, and mental illness, which aired on 12 different networks on September 18th. Thank you, EIC, for everything that you do. El Proyecto del Barrio, excuse me, I skipped one, I'm sorry, Kareem. The Tarzana Treatment Centers, Hank Seiden is the Director of Business Development. This is a nonprofit organization since 1972 and has emerged as a cutting-edge provider in the field of behavioral health care. Tarzana Treatment Centers, Inc. is a full-service behavioral health care organization, provides substance abuse and mental health treatment to adults and youths that operates a psychiatric hospital, residential and outpatient alcohol and drug treatment centers, and family and HIV medical clinics. Recognized today for being among the top 3 organizations from across Los Angeles with the highest treatment participant numbers for people from my district, and has helped thousands of people across Los Angeles live happy, healthy, and productive lives in recovery. And I can tell you personally that I have referred friends and family members to this organization, and they have had a tremendous process leading them to recovery. Tarzana Treatment Centers.
Thank you very much.
El Proyecto del Barrio, many of you know El Proyecto for the work-related services that they provide to create jobs in our community. But this nonprofit organization was founded in 1971 and has built a cherished pride and excellence of its whole person approach, which has been honored both locally and nationally. El Proyecto del Barrio provides a wide array of health and medical, employment and training, substance abuse and mental health and at-risk youth programs to the community, and has become a recognized leader in the substance abuse area with women who are pregnant, postpartum, or parenting take steps to address their addiction. Recognized today for being among the top 3 organizations from across Los Angeles with the highest treatment participant numbers for people from my district. Did I read the same thing? I think I did.
It's okay.
It's just, they're both being recognized for the same thing. It's amazing. In any case, I know El Proyecto del Barrio when it began as an organization in the community of San Fernando as a drug-related recovery program, and they have grown to be a mainstay of providing health services in the San Fernando Valley. Of course, the executive director, Corinne Sanchez, has become a tremendous leader in the San Fernando Fernando Valley, particularly as it relates to health care, including finding work for people who need to be gainfully employed. Corinne, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. You thank Grace Gonzalez, too. Just mention Grace Gonzalez. And she's the director of the drug.
I have to recognize Grace Gonzalez. She is the director of the El Proyecto's Drug and Alcohol program. Thank you so much as well. Finally, I want to recognize Total Family Support Clinic, Dr. Olga Scarlato, Executive Director, a nonprofit organization founded in 2002 that provides substance abuse treatment and social service programs to adults and youth and has assisted LAUSD address student substance abuse problems. Total Family Support Clinic is growing and strives to develop new and innovative programs that address current needs of the community, such as new outpatient drug treatment program for LGBT youth, incorporating academic and mentoring services for youth in treatment and in the community at large, and benefit application assistance. Now, recognized today for being among the top 3 organizations again, it must be these 3 organizations that are the top 3 from across Los Angeles with the highest treatment participant numbers for people from my district, and has helped thousands of people across Los Angeles live happy, healthy, and productive lives. Thank you for being here, Total Family Support Clinic. Finally, just let me just say that we are celebrating National Alcohol and Drug Addiction Recovery Month. What we are saying by celebrating that is that recovery can happen. Each and every one of us has friends and family members who suffer from alcohol, drug abuse, addictions, and we cannot give up on them. We must ensure that, and these people are reminders for us, that there are programs that provide services that can lead them to constructive lives and recovery from these addictions. Let's not forget those, and today we celebrate not only those organizations, but we celebrate the millions of Americans who have gone through the process and become recovered, and we pray for them each and every day that they continue with their success. And so let's ensure that as a city of Los Angeles, we recognize the tens of thousands of people who suffer from these addictions daily in our community. We have more work to do. Let's do that work. God bless.
Mr. LeBon, did you wish to speak?
Richard Alarcon, thank you for bringing all these great people in to be honored. It's very special. And everybody has a tough row to hoe, whatever station in life, but to get back up and keep going and get support from others is what brings it together. So thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Mr. LeBon. Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. Our next presentation, Mr. Herb Wesson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President and members. We had a great actor with us today in Danny Trejo, but what some of you may not realize, we also have a phenomenal African-American actor with us today, and that's Roger Smith, who, if you ever want to see Huey Newton live again, watch him in that movie. It was unbelievable. And you didn't think I remembered, but I remember this guy. It is an honor, a privilege for me to present to you the largest and the oldest African-American Democratic Club west of the Mississippi. They deserve a round of applause just for that. And it would be easy for me to just stand up and give you the facts about they did this and they started there and such and so forth, but I'm not going to go that way. I'm going to tell you about my introduction to the New Frontier Democratic Club. It was at a very, very exciting time in the African American community. We had Merv Dimely was our lieutenant governor. The mayor of this great city was Tom Bradley. We had a rising star in Congresswoman Yvonne Brathwaite Burke, and she chose to run to be Attorney General for the greatest state in this union. But when she did that, she created a domino effect. So in 1977, 78, she decides she's going to run for Attorney General. She had to give up her congressional seat. Three candidates said, hey, at least three candidates said they wanted it. One of them sat in this chambers. His name was David Cunningham. He represented about 10% of the congressional district. Another guy who was a little-known individual at that time, he was an assemblyman. He represented about 20% of the district, and his name was Julian Dixon. Another person that some of you served with was a guy that I know very well. He was State Senator Nate Holden. In order to run for this, he had to give up his Senate seat. So our community was just a buzz because we had a statewide candidate, a congressional candidate, a state senate candidate, an assembly candidate, with all kinds of people running. So we had excitement. It seemed like something was going on every day. There was a mixer. There was a coffee klatch. It was something. But our favorite thing, there was a guy, his name was Chappie. And every Friday, we used to have Chappie Cheapies. Chappie Cheapies, I think, cost 10 or 15 bucks, and it was a fundraiser. And he was with Nate Holden at the time. People didn't care. Everybody went to the Chappie Cheapies. That's right. Like I said, 15 bucks, $2 for a drink, and if you were hungry, you could buy a barbecue special for $5. Chappie's Cheapies. We look forward to it. In fact, Chappie was the one that said, you need to join this club. And I said, well, why do I need to join this club? Because they're going to have a big endorsement, and we need you to vote. Now, even though we all kind of hung together and had a good time, it was kind of like the Civil War. Like John, where's John? John Frierson, right behind me, was a big Nate Holden supporter. His wife, Susie right here, was a Julian Dixon supporter. You could drive through the community and you'd see a Nate Holden sign and a Julian Dixon sign at the same house. I mean, so Chappie said, you got to go to this meeting. And I really didn't know much about the New Frontier. I'd only been here for 3 years from Cleveland, Ohio, with my goal to be involved and engaged in politics. And I admit to you, this time was a crossroads in my life because my enthusiasm was waning. But then, I think Chappie gave me the money to join the club. It was $10 or $15. Chappie gave me the money. So I go, and the way it worked then, each candidate selected a member of the club to make their case as to why this person should receive the club's endorsement. And Dove was Nate Holden's selection. Dove Pinckney to my right. We met at Founders Bank on what was then Santa Barbara and Buckingham, I think. The place was packed. It was standing room only. And I'm sitting down, and Dove gets up, and she gives a phenomenal, Nate Holden was elected, and he did this, and he did that, and he did this, and she would glance down at her notes, and when she finished, I said, she made a very good argument, and I was very proud of her. And I don't know who it was. I don't know if it was Willard Murray or Lewis White, but they said, now the representative for Julian Dixon. and this tall, good-looking, articulate, an individual that could mesmerize you with his words stood up. His name was Sherman Smith Sr. And he took a unique approach. He was a judge and had been a lawyer. The guy was smooth. And he took an approach that was different. I think he referenced Julian twice. It was from him that he educated me about the new frontier. I hung on his every word as he said, we named ourselves because the President of the United States, John F. Kennedy, challenged us to make America a better place. And it indicated that we should be involved, we should be engaged, and we should empower ourselves. And as he spoke, I had goosebumps on my shoulders, my arms, everywhere. He talked about the importance of sending the best candidate that we had to go to Congress to deal with over 400 other intelligent and some not so intelligent people. When he finished, I almost voted for Julian to get that endorsement. But from that moment on, I reaffirmed my commitment to public service. And this organization and the people that stand behind me on this day have done more than you ever know. There's not a candidate, especially African-American candidate, that doesn't fight tenaciously for two endorsements. One is the Sentinel newspaper, the other is the New Frontier Democratic Club. In fact, getting back to Sherman Sr., I wanted at one point to kind of pattern myself after him, and I would practice his speech, and I still think I got a little bit of it still left in me. This organization has created so many elected officials, has trained them. I mean, from Mike Davis, who's here, past president of the club, is an assembly person for the 48th Assembly District. Rod Wright is a state senator, and before that, an assembly person. Julian Dixon, myself, Willard Murray, and I could go on and on and on. This is an organization that has doctors, lawyers, judges, community activists, union people, you name it, they have it, teachers. This is the place where we went to discuss issues, debate, argue, fuss, fight, but at the end of the day, stand together to get things done. So with that said, it is my pleasure and an honor to present to you so many of my friends, and I just want to mention some of the past presidents that are here and the current president. We've got Ingrid Hunt is here, and Dr. Owen Knox. They just named an elementary school after him, I think, on 90th. Founder, the Owen Knox Elementary School, 90th and Main. Jackie Woods is a founder. Helen Smith is a founder. George Sherman Smith, Jr., I thought I saw him earlier. He's here, past president. Rita Carr, who I believe is, what my notes say, the first female president of the New Frontier Democratic Club. Our own Reginald Jones Sawyer, Carolyn Fowler, past president, Bobby Jean Anderson, past president, my dear friend, and one day I'm going to bring him down here so I can really tell you some stories about him, and that's John Frierson, who I worked with for so many years, past president, Dove Pinckney, a past president, and I see down here John Harris, my buddy, my golf buddy. I didn't even know you were running. I might have came and voted no, John. He's a good man. Armin Ross, he and I, in fact, Armin Ross and I were at that endorsement meeting back in 1976, 77 and 78. Where's Armin?
Right here.
Okay, Armin, come here for a second, real quick. Come here, Armin. Now, look at Armin's head and look at mine. George Bovian, past president, and the hardest working guy that you ever want to know, Joe Gardner. So with that said, Ed, don't I have some kind of a plaque, a presentation that I want to present to the current president, Ingrid?
Yes.
Oh, you right here?
I'm right here.
Okay, now let's do it this way so we can get a photo.
Mr. Weston, we have colleagues that wish to address this distinguished group. You ready for that?
Oh, I didn't call Jackie Wood's name, who's a founder. I thought I did. Would you quit whispering in my ear, Susie? Did I miss anybody else?
And there's no S on mine.
Then there's no S. I will eliminate the S. Brother Johnson, no S. Okay. With that, we'd be proud to hear from other distinguished members of the Los Angeles City
The
Council.
distinguished Budget and Finance Chair, Mr. Bernard Parks.
Excuse me, lady. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I am so pleased that Herb has brought all of the group here. This is a rolling history of the city of Los Angeles, and that when he recounts, and so many of our young people don't remember, unfortunately, Tom Bradley today. They don't remember how proud we were. We had 3 black councilmen in the same election. They do not remember all of those challenges that they take for granted today. And many of them, and we use this as an example of how some of our educational system is somewhat reduced. And the fact that several years ago at the MLK parade, a reporter asked a young kid on the street, why was it so important for MLK to be honored, and who was he? And the kid hesitated and said, was he a slave? And so you get an idea that we are losing some of our history, and the verbal history that all of you could provide that will tell about the Los Angeles as you knew it and as you grew up in it is a totally different story than what people believe. The civil rights gains in Los Angeles have been so significant, but people always revert to the Selmas and the Arkansas and the Mississippis, not realizing all of the challenges on housing. I can remember in '57, a mere child, but the front page of the LA Times talks about integration, that blacks could move west of Main Street. Those are all the kinds of things, whether it was Lauren Miller, whether it was Tom Bradley buying a house in Leimert Park, whether it was changing the dynamics of the community. This organization has been in the forefront of it, and I appreciate it. And all the history standing here, we would hope one day that people can chronicle that as to each and every one of your individual accomplishments in bringing back this whole tapestry of what we call Los Angeles.
Ms. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also wanted to salute all of you, past, present, and future. What I appreciate about New Frontier is they are a dynamic political group that is willing to embrace dissent, disagreement, debate, discussion, and to go through a process. One of the most amazing experiences that you can have with New Frontier is the endorsement process. It is always a highly charged environment with jostling and lobbying and advocacy, but in the end, whatever product that comes out is done as a result of a great democratic process, and you have been the guardians of African American political history in this city, and I expect that you will continue to make history and teach younger people who are coming up behind all of us how significant and important it is to remember and to learn from it. So I want to say thank you very much.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Weston, for doing this, and thank you to everybody for your patience and what's been a very busy morning, but we've waited 50 years, I know, for this day. And Mr. Weston, you so eloquently, as you always do, articulated the history of how this club came about, and that it was here in Los Angeles that, the next time that we saw a presidential nominee be in a stadium to accept that nomination was this past time when Senator Barack Obama accepted his party's nomination. And John F. Kennedy, I love that story, when he was facing towards the West and talking about the idea of a new frontier, but he said, I'm here in Los Angeles, the last frontier, which to me always moves me and gives me those same chills too, because for that candidate, he was talking about building a new nation, but that the beginning of that would come from here in the West, not from the other cities that always get the attention and the publicity. But you have proven that in 5 decades that we are, in many ways, the last frontier here on the edge of a continent, perched on the precipice of possibility. And you have made those possibilities not just be dreams, but be realities. I first came to the club just kind of tagging along with my dad in 1991 at a Denny's just off of Crenshaw, and coming to a committee where my dad said, look, this is the community I grew up in. I would appreciate your support. Went to Washington High School and Horace Mann, and the club believed in him and supported him, and he was able to be a district attorney who brought folks into the district attorney's office who had never been there at the highest levels of management. And certainly the joy that I've had interacting with this club has been tremendous. A few years back, the Kennedy family chooses a young person who's in elected office around the country to receive an award at the Kennedy Library and the Kennedy School. And then Senator Kennedy, before he passed, and Caroline Kennedy asked me to come, and it was the greatest honor of my career that they asked me to come and receive the New Frontier Award, given to one person each year in that same name and in that same spirit. And I thought about the club when that happened, because to me you embody exactly what President Kennedy asked of us and which our country has moved away from, the idea that we are one nation and that this is our government. Increasingly, when you look at people polling, if folks that are 65 and older still, overwhelmingly, more than 80%, refer, when given the choice, to government as our government. But if you ask folks that are 35 and under, about the same percentage now refers to it as the government, as if it's somebody else and not them in this democracy. So thank you for making this a living, breathing democracy. I'm going to be there to celebrate and proud to be alongside you, and here's to another great 50 years to the New Democratic Club. Thank you. Sorry, New Frontier Democratic Club.
Ms. Perry?
And there's a 1 P.S., just so everybody's clear for the record. I paid my membership, and I'm going to pay early this year, okay? So when it comes time to vote, there won't be I can't find your name, okay? Okay? All right, thank you.
Yeah, Miss Perry, I used to be like that too. Go and pay at the last minute. So I just bought a lifetime membership. So I'm good.
Mr. Koretz.
I just want to say my first meeting that I attended of the New Frontier Democratic Club was, I think, over 35 years ago, when I just graduated from high school and decided to run for the LA School Board. And I was interviewed by the club with a lot of grace and a very nice and seriously taken, even though I was just a high school student. Of course, the group didn't endorse me, so they also showed great wisdom. Since a high school student couldn't win for citywide for school board to save his life, and I didn't save mine, I lost, of course. But it was a good first experience, and I've been pleased to see that you've done great work for 35 plus additional years after that, and pleased to have the opportunity to honor you all here today.
Thank you.
Ms. Perry? Okay. Mr. Wesson, to conclude?
At this point, I'd like to ask the current president if she'd say a few words.
Thank you, Councilman Herb Wesson, who I love and adore, and my fellow members who are in the council chambers. What I am going to do is defer my time over to one of our founders, Owen Knox.
Oh, wonderful.
Susie's letting me know that it's Dr. Owen Knox, so I apologize for that. There you go.
Thank you very much. I just want to say a few things, but you said most of them. But I do want you to know, and everybody to know, that there was a lot of history prior to the time that you joined the club. And today I want to thank you for honoring New Frontier, because Judge Sherman Smith would be extremely proud. I remember the time when he called a few of us together in his office. And he said, in fact, as I remember a couple of people, that Milton Wood was there, and Julian Dixon, and a couple of others, and he said to us, we've got to do something. And then after a few words, he said, no, you've got to do something. And then he told us what he envisioned for this club. And then he met with several other people, and you've got about 15 people, many of them here, who met immediately after that, and he told them, this is what we are going to do. And he would be extremely proud, after 50 years, to realize that his vision has come true, and that this little group of people he met with originally became this strong, mighty, great political power. And he would be extremely pleased that you recognize that on our 50th anniversary. I want to thank those people you see who are holding this up. Over the years, they have given service to this group to the extent that we've mentored so many people, many of them standing here and some of them who couldn't come, many of them who became public officials, because they stood there every time there was an election. They worked hard. In fact, in the beginning, you would have thought that we were a social club, because we had dances, and we had, in fact, we even had, I remember, a wonderful time when we had a Las Vegas night.
I remember that.
And if you remember that, you remember the good times we had.
Yeah, I remember that.
In fact, we had bunnies. And we had a wonderful time, but as somebody told me the other day, you guys raised a lot of money. You also raised a lot of hell. I'm proud of this group and so thankful to you for recognizing these wonderful people who founded and maintain this club to its present eminence. Thank you.
I just want to thank all of you for coming down, and again to say that it was an honor, and it was just fun to take a trip down memory lane and to think about all of the good times that we had and the fun. And so thank you for those memories.
Thank you, Mr. Wesson. Our next presentation by Mr. Koretz. Mr. Koretz, please. Mr. Koretz, presentation. Following Mr. Koretz's presentation, there'll be one final presentation by CD3. We thank you for your patience.
Have our photographs made. Oh, we didn't have to go to the airport.
Do that.
Thank you.
Hello, sweetie. Hello, sweetie. Now that we've had one of the toughest bad guys earlier, we now have, in contrast, perhaps the sweetest animal that we've had yet for our Feline Fridays. This is Cookie. Usually we have kittens. This one is a little older. She's almost 4 years old. She's a very sweet cat. She's wonderful with people. She's wonderful with cats. She's a beautiful part tabby, part tortie from the harbor. And if anyone is in our chambers that wants the absolute sweetest cat you could find, this is her. So let's put her on the camera. Look how sweet this cat is. So someone that's looking to adopt a cat in chambers, come and adopt this little sweetheart. Or if you're watching on TV and want to find out more, call my office at 213-473-7005. And of course, if not this one, there are hundreds of cats at our 6 city animal shelters, and dogs and other animals as well. So come and help adopt one of these wonderful animals, and particularly this little sweetheart today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Perry, if you please take over, I have a presentation. Thank you. The next presentation will be from Council District 3, our final presentation for the day. Ms. Perry? Just a moment.
I don't want anything from you, but I sit right down. I'm going to sit down, man, you're old. You got to get on, you're going to make you get up. You got a thing at Barbara's house?
Yes.
Next week, right? The weekend? I don't know. October 14th?
Mr. Labange will command the ship at this moment.
Now I'd like to recognize the fine councilman from the 3rd District, former Los Angeles police officer, rose to the rank of sergeant. Please welcome Dennis Zine to the podium.
All right, thank you. We are here to acknowledge a group from my district that participated in a major landscape project. We had an area along the flood control, the LA River, which Mr. Reyes is going to improve, the Living River, which was a dumping ground. This dumping ground along Bassett Street would have cleanups now and then. The community would come out, we'd bring our resources out, neighborhood council, community members would all participate. We'd clean it up, and a few days later, the trash came back. Abandoned furniture, tires, you name it, and it became a continuing saga. So, Jose Martinez from my office, Special Projects Coordinator, came up with a brilliant idea, and I told him we had no money. So whatever idea he came up with, I said, we're not going to be able to fund it, so however you're going to make it happen, to make it work, understand there's no funds to make it happen. We're going to show a short video, and then we'll go into an explanation. If we can show the video, please.
Let's go out and
see it. There you see it. And joining me, Jose Martinez from my office, along with the folks, the volunteers, the businesses, organizations, the faith-based groups. We want to appreciate their work. Bassett Street Project Landscape Revitalized Project. So we're going to acknowledge the groups, the people, the individuals, the businesses, organizations who helped transform the blighted area in this Canoga Park community to a beautiful landscape that you've just seen. The Canoga Park Neighborhood Council, Reseda Neighborhood Council, Winnetka Neighborhood Council, Community Redevelopment Agency, Los Angeles nonprofit organizations, faith-based organizations, Home Depot, local businesses, and hundreds of volunteers to clean and revitalize the area along the 20900 block of Bassett Street in Canoga Park. It was divided into 3 phases. The first phase was clean the area, get rid of all the trash, with all the volunteer help. The second phase was till the soil, and they tilled the soil in that particular area. And the last phase was plant the trees, the vegetation, the walkway, which took place on Saturday, August 21st. A total community endeavor. Residents are now responsible for that. They've adopted those areas. There's no irrigation along that area, so the residents are watering the vegetation. The residents have committed to maintain the area, and Foursquare Church, located 2 blocks away from Bassett Street, has volunteered to do the free maintenance. Since this project was complete, there's been no illegal dumping in the area, and the estimated cost, approximately $50,000, and we appreciate those that participated, Home Depot, vendors, and the people of the community. The community is not only one neighborhood council, multiple neighborhood councils came together, and all the folks in that community have adopted this. Jose, you come up here and stand with me. You're the man who came up with this idea, and I want to acknowledge Jose Martinez from my office.
It's very good, Mr. Zahn, your deputy. All those deputies do good work. Jose.
He did it without any funding, and it was a labor of love to make it happen. And what we have is the Canoga Park stake of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the Mormon Church. Right there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Canoga Park Improvement Association. Canoga Park Improvement Association. Where are you? They're coming down. Canoga Park Improvement Association.
Thank you.
Mary Patterson. You used to walk every morning. What are you doing now?
Hiking in the mountains.
She's hiking in the mountains. Iglesia de Restauración Reseda? Come on over here and pronounce that.
Iglesia de Restauración Reseda.
Very well. Thank you for that translation. St. Catherine of Siena Church in Reseda. St. Catherine Church. Thank you very much. Canoga Park Neighborhood Council. Yes. Canoga Park Neighborhood Council. You look good, man.
Thank you very much.
How about the Winnetka Neighborhood Council?
Right here.
The Princess of Winnetka is joining us today with Tess.
Hi, honey.
How are you, darling? Reseda Neighborhood Council.
Okay, good.
Reseda Neighborhood Council. We'll do pictures. We'll do pictures. New Economics for Women, Canoga Park Family Source Center. New Economics, are they here? There you are. Thank you very much. The Home Depot, who donated all types of materials and supplies. The Home Depot. Thank you very, very much. The Scott's Company, who donated all types of materials. The Scott's Company. You don't have Bandini Mountain, do you?
No, not yet.
Thank you. Plant Source Incorporated. Plant Source Incorporated. Victor, thank you.
Project manager.
Project manager. Thank you very much. The fraternity at CSUN, Gamma Zeta Alpha. There you are. Thank you. How about Crown Disposal Company? Crown Disposal. Hey, how are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. We'll do more pictures in the RC family. RC family? RC family? Are you the lady that was there that morning?
Yes, I am.
The one that works at the radio station?
Oh, no, that was my sister.
That's your sister?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm from Telemundo.
You work at Telemundo? Oh, let's get this on Telemundo. Aquarium Concrete Company. San Fernando Church of the Nazarene. Thank you. G&G Landscape and Hardscape Incorporated. Right there. Thank you. Okay, G&G. The Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Los Angeles, CRA. Sandra. You got dirty that day, weren't you, out there? Moving dirt and everything. El Shahad Foursquare Church? El Shaddad. El Shaddad. Thank you. The Elks Lodge, 2790, and Pavestone. So those are the groups that participated, gave their time, energy. Jose, don't go away. Get over here. I'm going to let you say a couple words since you mastered this project from beginning to end. So a couple words from you.
Thank you, Councilman, for allowing me to take this project on. I just want to thank everybody who's here today. We don't want to just do a community project where we do a cleanup. We want community members to take ownership of their community. And I'm proud to say that everybody takes pride in their community here. And if it wasn't for the business community, just everybody here, and they could attest to this, it was a great environment to be there and just to work. It didn't even feel like work. It felt like we were just contributing to something better. And we're planting a seed, and I hope that this may blossom throughout the city of Los Angeles. Thank you very much.
And one more thing I must add is they started it on one day, and it had to continue the next day because it got late. So Jose was concerned about someone coming up and stealing the materials. So he spent the night in his car guarding the materials, and lo and behold, some guy came to rip something off, and Jose took care of that business too. So not only the security man,
good
but
job,
the cleanup
Jose.
man.
And
Thank
the
you
good
very, very
councilman
much.
was home sleeping, right?
Well, I think he slept with one eye open.
No,
but-
you, Denny. You should have been out there, too. Give Dennis Stein a big hand. The
He didn't
leader.
want me messing with his project. Thank you all very much.
Congratulations, everybody.
Thank you.
Great job for Canoga Park. Good job. Let's go down. That's the picture. Bring this one back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine. Mr. Clerk, what is the next item on our agenda? Okay, we have a commission appointment pending today, so why don't we take that next?
That would be item number 1.
All right, you want to read that item, item number 1? And the commissioner is? Stephanie Rodriguez?
Transportation says Phil Rosendahl.
Okay, transportation,
President,
it's waiting for Mr. Rosendahl to, he's
I
trying
was
to
going
come
to
to...
assist if you want to.
Are you on transportation? Can
I'm
you
on
say a few words about
transportation,
her?
But here comes Mr.
All
Rosendahl.
right, Mr. Rosendahl is here.
Okay.
Mr. Rosendahl, Ms. Rodriguez is at the center table for her reappointment.
Yes, and I'm very excited about this, Madam President, because this is a lady that started with the commission a year and a half ago, and in our conversation talked about a lot of things that I think are absolutely great. So let's go on the record. You've been a commissioner for a year and a half. What have you learned about the Transportation Commission?
Well, I think the main thing is most people don't know what the Transportation Commission actually does. The most important thing is to make recommendations on different issues for the City Council as it's making its way through process. But in addition to that, equally important is supporting the transportation department. They have so many things that they do, and with the fiscal challenges, we try to really help with that. Some of the things might be to support them and the Los Angeles Police Department in lowering or raising speed limits on city streets. Sometimes they need to go a little faster, sometimes they need to go a little slower. But there's a lot of research that goes into those, and so part of what we do is to help support those decisions. Also, transportation, the elderly and the infirm, when they're going to appointments and they're in these transport units, we want to make sure that the people who are driving them are good and are safe, and it's important. So we look at those. If someone's denied a permit to drive one, they might come and appeal, and we actually look at that and take it very seriously, and we don't just let anyone drive our residents around. So there's a lot of different things that we do.
And one of the things that you and I were talking about is the cycling community. I strongly believe that we need bicycle paths everywhere. We need to put up the bike racks everywhere. And we need to have safe routes for people to ride their bicycles. I had an experience in my district where an accident or an intentional thing happened, but the fact was there was a frustrated moment on Mandeville Canyon, and we took out the Bicycle Bill of Rights, which means a cyclist has rights too. In fact, they don't have to push themselves off the street. They literally have the right, like an automobile, to ride in the general sense of the road. But they don't. They're kind enough to move to the side as best they can so cars can continue to go. But it shouldn't be at the safety of a bicyclist. There's the dooring thing that happens when a person's opening a door and a bicyclist is going by. But then the other side, there's issues about cyclists who just speed through stop signs or through lights, go faster than what they should. And so there's a lot of issues when it comes to cycling. But most importantly, we need to get out of our car, and the more bicycling we do, the better off we are. In Measure R, we have put money aside, and we want to accelerate that process. Tell me about your biking experience and what you think of that.
I think it's really important. I do ride my Electra Townie. I have to say that I rode the LA Marathon bike ride last year, and it was the only time I would ever be able to ride the streets of Los Angeles without stop signs and red lights and any cars. It was amazing. I mean, it would be so great to be able to ride that way more often. I live in the Valley. I've lived in the Valley for 14 years in the community of Arleta. We have some bike paths, but I realized I could never ride my bike all the way to work if I chose to do that, because it wouldn't be safe. There were not enough bike lanes. I ride bike paths with my children. We ride at the parks. I think it's really important. A lot of people that I see in my community actually ride them for transportation. They're not using cars. That's their transportation. And if I do an early morning ride, I see people going to work and school, and I'm sad we don't see more kids riding their bikes to school anymore. When I see a kid riding bike to Milliken Middle School, where my children go, I roll down my window and say, "Great bike." You know, it's just a really cool thing, and we're just not able to do that as often anymore, and I think it's pretty sad.
Well, I appreciate your enthusiasm on that, and Marvin Brady, whose shoes I'm trying to fill, which is very difficult because Marvin was a true leader in this city. He created that bicycle path along Venice Beach that goes all the way down and up the coast. So I love your passion and your commitment, and I look forward to 4 more years of your leadership. 5 years.
5 years.
Give me 5 for the commission, and I ask for my colleagues' support on this. Thank you so much for stepping up to the plate again.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. There are no speakers in the queue. Mr. Clerk, would you please open the roll? Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Congratulations. All right, now we'll go to general public comment, and we will start out in Van Nuys with Candido Meraz.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank Mr. Zine and his staff, especially Jose. I wasn't able to be there for the cleanup, but I look forward to working with them in Walmart for Christmas and making Christmas a better year for a lot of kids. Tonight on Channel 4, there's a new show called The Outlaw, starring Jimmy Smith, where he plays a United States Supreme Court judge who steps down to protect the innocent. And in that show, he makes a statement where he states that the system cannot be preserved at the expense of the innocent. Madam President, council members, I ask you, why is the system at DWP being preserved at the expense of the innocent? Why is the public being punished? Why is the public and seniors being denied access to the cafeteria down at Hope Street? For years I've gone down there, and for years I've seen seniors have a wonderful lunch and enjoy a wonderful environment, and now they're being denied access to that building. This is a public building. Why is the system being preserved and people being hurt, the good DWP workers who are trying to expose waste, fraud, and abuse? Why are we still allowing that? You know, we just had the scandal in Bell, and I just hope and pray, but I believe that one day we will see that kind of scandal at DWP. And Mr. Smith, if you're watching, and the actor, if you're watching and you want to help protect some innocents, I'd hope that you'd stand up and say something in behalf of some of these people who are trying to stop the waste, abuse, and fraud at DWP. So, again, Madam President, please, we need to protect the public. We need to make sure that things are open and above board at DWP. So, I ask you folks to please stand for those who are trying to make the city a better place to live. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to City Hall for Arnold Sachs. Following Arnold Sachs will be, I think it's Mervyn Evans. Is Mervyn Evans still here? Okay, Mr. Evans, why don't you come up while Mr. Sachs is coming up? You're closer to the mic, so you can go ahead. And after Mr. Evans, hopefully Mr. Sachs will be at the mic by then. And if he's not, then it'll be Michael Huebman. All right, Mr. Evans.
I want to publicly thank Mayor Villaraigosa for his outstanding leadership and solid support of the DREAM Act. The measure did not clear the Senate, and we cannot afford for these young people who deserve a path to citizenship, to wait. I strongly urge all of you to contact Senator Boxer and Senator Feinstein and insist that that DREAM Act come back. Let me tell you, there is no excuse not to give young people who are going into the military or going into college and ROTC programs a fast track to citizenship. Merv Evans, your friend. Now, I also want to thank our good friend, Congressman Kevin McCarthy of Bakersfield, for the Pledge to America. Whether you agree with everything in it or you don't, it's an outstanding roadmap from a public policy management point of view. And there are several issues and several platforms that I would hope the city would consider adopting. Mervyn Evans, your friend, that's MERVIN-EVANS. Thank you.
Mr. Sachs.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, and thank you, Honest Jan Perry. One of the council members seemed to pick a moment last Tuesday. He was concerned because when I came up to comment on one of the items on the agenda, one of the other councilmen walked out, and he was wondering why I keep showing up when I don't even live in the city. And you know, Neil Young had an answer for that. He said, "Rust never sleeps." But also, corruption has no boundaries. And in regards to Ms. Candido's comments regarding the DWP, you might have been here, or you might have listened when the people came up here, when was it? On September 22nd to discuss the marijuana initiative and the closure of the clinics, and they pleaded for the council to overturn the city attorney's acts on the ordinance that have been passed. And I remember saying, it's amazing because the city council would have voted to the ordinance. Yet they had the hearings here, and they discussed, they had maps about where clinics could be located and where clinics could not be located, and this could happen and that could happen. But not once was it ever mentioned that as part of the standards, ownership would be looked into as a point of whether you could keep your license or not. Never discussed here in council chambers. I was wondering if it had been discussed in Plum, that's Planning and Land Use Management. And I doubt it. So how open and transparent is the council? And this is why you show up, because you have malarkey like this continuing every week. How open and transparent is the council when they pass ordinances but they don't discuss them?
Mr. Huebman is our next speaker. Michael Huebman. Following Michael Huebman will be Bobby K. Cooper.
Good morning. My name is Michael Hubman. I'm a human rights, homeless rights, and right to share food activist. At Right to Share Food, we believe that sharing food with our brothers and sisters is a fundamental human right. We believe that sharing food is constitutionally protected activity under the Freedom of Association Clause of the Constitution. We believe that sharing food outside and in public is also an equally protected activity. Conflict occurs when government, most often municipalities, attempt to effect social engineering by restricting or forbidding the sharing of food on public property, the commons, and even private property. I liken this kind of social engineering by cities to wildlife management. The problem is we are talking about our human brothers and sisters and not unwanted pigeons or other pesky wildlife. Why? I can't speak for these municipal wildlife managers. I can only guess. My guess as to why the sovereign would act in such a selfish and mean-spirited manner is greed. Poverty and homelessness are commonly viewed by some who are not similarly afflicted as messy and unsightly. The sight of homeless and poor people lining up to receive a charitable meal makes it hard to convince oneself and others that all is well in their area of interest. When poverty and homelessness are not sufficiently hidden or dispersed, it tends to raise concerns among some who would worry about depressed commerce and property values. A warning to politicians and other civil servants. We at Right to Share Food intend to make our issue the other third rail of American politics, second only by Social Security. Also, viva President Obama for the Elizabeth Warren nomination. Thank you.
Thank you. Bobby Cooper, following Bobby Cooper will be Matt Dowd. Is Bobby Cooper still present? All right, Matt Dowd is our next speaker. Following Matt Dowd will be Don Garza.
All right, yes, first shout out to Bill, of course, one of my best fans on Channel 35, comes to visit me at Venice Beach. I'm here to talk about Venice. There was a town hall last night, Bill Rosendahl moderated, over RV parking. I went to the meeting an hour earlier to put in my public comment because I had some other engagements. I had to get my public comment in. I got best friends of mine live in an RV. I wanted to speak. Bill's deputy, Arturo Pina, took my card. I specifically said, Zuma Dog's coming out of retirement to speak here. We want to be first. Here's the card. Can you take care of this, please? He guaranteed me he was personally taking care of it to my face. Public comment comes up, and what, we're shuffled all the way down when a huge room full of people, hundreds of people. And it's an outright lie. It's just a despicable lie to my face when I specifically requested that we do this. I was here an hour before everyone. It's not the point about the comment. The point is he lied straight out. That reflects on Bill Rosendahl. The whole council office is based on just lies and fraud. Reminding me of Richard Alarcon over here. I hope you got a lot of lawyer money coming up because you're in a bunch of trouble. And here's what I want to talk about, the people who live in RVs. I want to show you this. See, this is one of my photos of Venice that I took not so long ago. And it's not a standard picture, it's tweaked. Because we're artists and we live outside of the standard box. We experiment. Herb Wesson will testify that I play music. I'm a guitarist. That's a whole nother avenue of expression. So's this, and some of these people who live on their art, they can't afford the condos and the high-price apartments and what it takes. And Venice Beach is a huge attraction here. So they're basically going to squeeze out the lifeblood of what attracts people when they just can't even afford
Don Garza is our next speaker. Following Don Garza will be Ernest Moore. Is Ernest Moore still here? Okay.
Once again, I'm here today to talk to you about tomorrow. Tomorrow is an important day for the CrossFit community all over the city of Los Angeles and the United States of America and all over the world, as a matter of fact. Tomorrow, we will be thrashing ourselves in our gyms, raising money for the Wounded Warriors Project, for the CrossFit Foundation, and the Live Strong Foundation. It's going to be an exciting time. One of the things I want to do today is I want to express again, as always, and I feel the heat behind me and afterwards when I come here and express my gratitude to this city of Los Angeles and the City Council. Tomorrow is going to be the first time... Sorry. You guys remember me when I was sick with the oxygen. I just realized last night I'm actually going to be in a competition. I've raised more than the $150 to get my t-shirt, but that's not the point. The point is, I'm going to be in a physical competition at a CrossFit affiliate. I'm not going to be the best one. I'm not a beast yet, but I'm working on it. I didn't finish the workout last night because I can only do 3 kipping pull-ups at a time, but if you see the workouts we do, you'll realize it's pretty rough. I want to thank everyone, and especially Jan, for being there. for the hugs I got from Bill Rosendahl, for the reminding me of my conservative roots from Dennis Zine. To all of you, for being there, for especially you, emailing you at 1 or 2 in the morning when I was depressed and down and didn't know if I was going to live the next day. And the Midnight Mission, thank you for taking me in and helping me to get better. And I thank the CrossFit community. I thank my angel, which is my trainer. I thank you. Tomorrow I'm going to kick behind. I've raised the money. We've raised over $1 million. And you know what? I even thank the Sergeant at Arms guy here. I put him through a lot when I was mean and fat and ornery. But I love you, man. I love you.
Thank you, Don. That's wonderful. Congratulations, Don Garza. You look incredible. Ernest Moore.
Oh, that's some town crying right there.
Hey, Don, you forgot to give the address for the gym. It's on Main Street. What's the address? It's just south of...
65 South Main Street. It's across the street from the new LAPD garage. There's no sign on
All right.
it because all we do there is work hard. And
You said 265?
265.
Okay, 265. It's across from the new LAPD garage. Has no signs. Just you can see the big tires in the doorway on the floor. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Moore.
Hello, City Council. I'm here today to make a comment about your police department, LAPD, and also to request or to make an urgent request for your possible assistance for my particular situation. I don't have all the time right now to go into all of the experiences that I've had with LAPD, but I can recommend at this time that you bring back the dissent decree. There is another totally corrupt police station other than the Rampart Police Station, that is the Southwest Police Station in Los Angeles. To briefly give you an example of what I've been going through, it goes back actually 10 years ago when some people attacked me inside of my apartment. It was a group of people, an apartment building that I was managing. Now, at the time, I was a registered security guard with the state of California. I had called LAPD out to make a citizen's arrest. They sent out several actually Hispanic police officers that refused to take my citizen's arrest and refused to even take a police report. Situations continued there. LAPD refused to take police reports, refused to accept my citizen's arrest. They actually went back and lied on their police reports to try to make me look bad. Now, going back to about, fast forward to 2004, I was producing a cable TV show called The Justice Channel, and I was recording the public forums down in Leimert Park at the Urban Policy Roundtable. At that time, I had brought actually written evidence to Bernard Parks requesting his assistance to look into the situation.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up. Maybe we can ask Mr. Parks if one of his deputies can talk with you on the side and go into greater detail, but your time is up right now for the public comment period. Walter Bechtel is our next speaker, and he is our last public speaker for today.
I guess it's good afternoon. Somebody left their glasses up here. Let's see, what was I going to talk about? I wanted to talk about something that Mr. Garcetti said when there was some presentations up here. He said, I forget the entire quote, but the last part of it is, go for the gutter and you can't miss. And I was saying, yeah, that's exactly what I've been saying. These people from the entertainment industry coming down to Skid Row, meeting us, talking to us, telling us they're our friends and they're going to help us, etc., walking off with my intellectual property and copywriting it and telling the whole world that they are the author. They don't have anything, that they don't even know who I am. There are plenty of witnesses to see them come down there playing basketball down there on the Skid Row court down there, but for some reason, the city and the LAPD refused to do anything and make any arrests whatsoever.
Okay, then.
It's certainly the way it ought to be, yes. If you go for the gutter, the people that live down on Skid Row who have no means to defend themselves in the courtroom or do anything to you legally, then you can't miss, and you can become a very big success in your life. And that's just exactly what they do. And despite my background and the fact I graduated from the University of California, San Diego in 1979, and the music industry my family's been part of for centuries, you're calling me a liar. And these people, you're still throwing them in jail. Lindsay Lohan going to jail now for 30 days. She don't have anything to do with music, but for some reason you believe criminals only and people who try to keep their nose clean. You don't want to help us out at all. You're a bunch of criminals.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bechtel. That closes our public comment for today. Mr. Clerk, Mr. Krikorian, did you press your button?
Thank you, Madam President. If I might rise for purposes of an introduction. First of all, I want to thank Councilmember Cardenas for the presentation this morning regarding Deaf Awareness Month. And we have an exceptional resident of the 2nd Council District who wasn't able to be here this morning, but he's here now. David Kurz is a Los Angeles-based writer and producer. He's written and produced countless video, theater, film, and internet projects. David comes from a deaf family in Riverside, California, and he received a bachelor's degree in business administration from Gallaudet University in 1998. He began his career in the entertainment industry as a script reader and eventually as a story editor at Jersey Films. He's now the artistic associate at Deaf West Theater and serves as the project date coordinator for the Center Theater Group in Los Angeles, where he introduces the art form of theater to hundreds of deaf and hard of hearing individuals. He served on the board of the Greater Los Angeles Agency on Deafness for nearly 10 years, 7 years of which he has served as the president. He remains a true friend and an activist to the deaf community, and most recently served as one of the 2 organizers of TEDx Islay, a nationwide TED-sponsored event that fostered new ideas within the deaf community regarding communications. He's a resident of Studio City along with his wife Alice, and they have an 11-month-old daughter, and I'm pleased to recognize David Kurz in recognition of Deaf Awareness Month. David, congratulations. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Krikorian. Mr. Clerk, what is our next item?
Item number 8, called special by Councilmember Garcetti.
Mr. Garcetti, there you are. All right, Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Madam President and colleagues. Today we have before us item number 8. We still are in the midst of what I hope will be the most difficult economic times we ever have to endure in our lifetimes, the Great Recession. Double-digit unemployment, probably in real terms 1 in 4 people seeking work full-time who cannot receive it, and some of the toughest times we've seen for local businesses and for workers in this city. I left my field office yesterday and ran into a friend who I knew from some different community meetings we had had, and her son, who said, "Mr. Garcetti, how are you? It's nice to see you." I asked her how she was doing, and she said, "Well, actually I've lost my job, and my son and I, and the son goes to high school in Hollywood, are homeless, and we're looking for where we're going to spend the night tonight." And we talked with her and got her some help, and she said, in the shelters, I have a 16-year-old son, I don't want him to miss a day of school, and I can't get him into a shelter that will take anybody older than 12 that's in the neighborhood. This is the real life of what workers are experiencing. I know we have workers that are here from SEIU, and we've had janitors that were laid off, and we're going to get to that very soon. The injustices of this economy right now are being felt profoundly by us in blocks of every street, of every neighborhood in this city, and indeed across this nation. Which brings me to what item number 8 is. If we don't have a sense of urgency about getting people back to work now, we never will. While the city of Los Angeles doesn't have the dollars or the power that federal and state government has, and while the joke is that the federal government can print the money and the state can steal it and we have to balance our budgets, we aren't powerless in the midst of this to do things that actually affect the business decisions that local entrepreneurs can make to put people back to work. What this motion does before us, and what's been considered by the BTAC, the Business Tax Advisory Committee, is how we can use our tax structure here in Los Angeles to incentivize businesses to make new hires. Small business owners that's considering right now, well, I think the economy is going to get better, but I'm just not sure. If we can leverage federal tax credits with a local credit that would give $1,000 to $5,000 to an employer to be able to credit to that employee in terms of tax credits that would make them have that decision to hire people now, I think that's something that is positive. It wouldn't take a single dollar away from our budget right now because it's money that doesn't exist. Indeed, if they make that hire, that's somebody who's spending money in our economy again and actually will bring more money into our budget. So today what we have before us is something we've worked closely with workers and with business community and others on putting forward a job tax credit against the city business tax bill. And we're asking the city attorney and the CLA to come back with what that would look like exactly so that we could vote on it, and with a sense of urgency because people are out of work. This is something that we did similar to when Mr. Alarcon and many of us supported a tax holiday that the mayor brought before us for new businesses. But for existing businesses that want to create new jobs, this would be the parallel as well. And the Business Tax Advisory Committee has included this as one of their second set of recommendations that will be coming before us. But I also ask that we, because of a clerk error, which is very rare, but it does happen now and again, that we add amending motion 8A to it as well. Because that would ask the CLA to provide those recommendations for those general principles of this tax credit, to bring it as quickly as we can as possible, so that we can get that in place, put that in this year's tax bills, and get some people back to work. I urge your support. Workers in Los Angeles, unemployed folks every single day are counting on us to act. This is one place where we do have the power, where we don't have to bemoan what we are doing, and we can actually literally put our money where our mouths are and get people and families back to work. Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much, Mr. Garcetti. So what is before us, Mr. Clerk, is Mr. Garcetti's motion, the request to the CLA and the CAO to report back on what it means to implement this proposal. So there are no speakers in the queue. Would you please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Next item. Oh, forthwith on that, please.
Item number 9, called special for cards.
All right, Matthew Dowd.
Okay, thank you. Just give me a second because there were no agendas at the beginning, so I just got to refresh now that I've found one. Oh, okay, Rent Escrow Account Program, the REAP program. So I've been away for a couple of months, and so I'm noticing all the little changes, and this one strikes me. There seems to be more properties going into the rent escrow account program. So I would imagine that that's a product of the recession as well. The landlords unable to make their payments on the properties which they rely on their rental income for, and the renters don't want to pay the money because there's problems with the buildings. So this is never going to end, and unfortunately the REAP program is just going to get bigger, and it's all bad. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Next item.
That would bring us to item number 11, called special for cards.
All right, we have Dr. Laura Lake and Matthew Dowd.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here to speak on behalf of the Coalition for Veterans Land, which has nominated Munimori Hall at the Army Reserve at Federal and Wilshire to the National Register. This is part of a long-term strategy to return this land, 10 acres, donated in 1888, to veterans. We have a vision to see that this particular part of the original VA is used as a homeless, supportive, permanent housing unit for female veterans and their children. There is no such facility in the United States. 41% of the women in service at the West LA VA hospital have been raped while in service. There is a huge need for a secure site to heal and a secure place to have a roof over your head. So this is round one, and we are so grateful to Council Members Rosendahl and Koretz for supporting this nomination, and on behalf of the 35 community organizations from the Palisades through Fairfax, from West LA through Bel Air, we really appreciate this united approach to save this sacred land for the people who deserve to be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lake. Mr. Dowd?
I'll waive this one. Thank you.
Mr. Koretz? And then Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to Laura Lake for braving a long council meeting and to be here to speak on behalf of this. This property contains many contributing features of mid-century modern design. Also, it is named in honor of Private Sadeo Menomori, and I may be pronouncing that slightly wrong. He was notable as the first Japanese American to be awarded the Medal of Honor, and despite the fact that he and his family were interned at Manzanar, he volunteered for military service and was killed in fighting in Italy in 1945 when he jumped to cover a grenade to save the rest of his company. And it is both in his honor and because this is a great building and for many other reasons that we asked for this. And I ask for an aye vote on behalf of the council.
Mr. Rosendahl.
So back to my post-283 hat as a veteran during the Vietnam era, it is obviously a no-brainer. But also it has tremendous significance to the Japanese-American community. Laura Lake, you're right on the mark, and I bless you for coming up here and taking leadership on this with the city. The other day I met with a group of leadership in the Japanese community. We're putting up a marker, a historic marker at the corner of Lincoln and Venice, where Japanese Americans were rounded up and taken to camps. That is a shame and a black eye on our history, and we're going to remember that with all the young Japanese offsprings over the generations that are so proud of being an American and being part of our system. This is another example of showing respect and gratitude to Japanese Americans for their service in the military, and also to appreciate the fact that we as a great nation were not completely together when we grabbed Japanese Americans and put them in camps. So this is a no-brainer. This is a beautiful moment, and I'm enthusiastically supporting it. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Mr. Labange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Koretz, and Laura Lake. Thank you. It's been a while since we've seen you. I think what is happening here is really what it was intended for, to help veterans. And when you spoke of homeless veterans, you spoke of women veterans, and the needs there was so articulate and to the point. So I stand to support Mr. Koretz and Mr. Rosendahl in this effort as you continually approve what the real mission was of the VA in West Los Angeles and Sawtelle, and also the recognition of the historic past. Thank you very much.
All right, there's no further cards in the speakers in the queue. Mr. Clerk, would you please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Next item.
That brings us to item number 12, called special by Councilmember Reyes. There is an amending motion, 12A, that has been circulated.
Mr. Reyes.
Yes, thank you, Council President. We can just move on the amendments with the motion that's been circulated on 12A. Ask for an aye vote.
Okay, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Next item.
Item number 16, called special for cards.
Mr. Matthew Dowd.
Yes, thank you. One of my favorite topics, of course, the Hollywood Walk of Fame. There's a couple of new installations. Mark Wahlberg's one of them. It's going to be legal now because we've had the public comment, and the public comment wasn't denied. And And that's one of my big things. That's why I'm here today, get the benefit of hearing my beautiful voice for the maximum 5, 6, 8 minutes, whatever it is. And I know Channel 35 missed me because they come and tell me that on the beach. But look, let me talk about the Hollywood Walk of Fame. And it's important, I think, that you remember that people come to LA, that's the first place they want to go. Hollywood, it's all based around Hollywood here. Everything, even the city council, this whole charade and performance, it's perfect Hollywood theater. They don't want to go to the port, really. Have you ever tried to drive from Hollywood to the port? What a nightmare. It must be the worst trip ever on Google that you could find. So I think we ought to put more attention on Hollywood. You know, people want to go to Universal Studios out here, and then they want to go to Disneyland, and they want to go to Venice Beach. They're the top 3 or 4 things. And Janice Hahn, she said it perfectly, that the port is desperate. I heard her say that for tourist money and things. With the Iowa going there, I still don't even think people are going to go there after all that. Only the real diehards, and I think the city could end up in some kind of a financial hole in that regard if if you go ahead with that. The port needs to be developed for doing what it's meant for, and that's moving goods into America. So more money into Hollywood. Eric Garcetti, I approve this. You can tell Mark Wahlberg I've had my comment, and I'm happy now, and we can move forward. Thank you.
That concludes the public speaking portion of this item. There are no council members in the queue, so would you please open the roll on this item? Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Next item.
Item 18, called special for cars.
All right, Arnold Sachs. Is Arnold Sachs still here? And
Thank you and good afternoon. Arnold Sachs. Just concerns regarding the parking lot situation. October 1st, next week, this is actually your last meeting. And the sale of the parking lots is yet to come through. So you have the financial budget year that starts October 1st. The city will be in the hole. What was that you said, $6 million a month, Councilman Parks? And no plans. And you're transferring to the LADOT from the Department of Cultural Affairs. And this is another hit on the Department of Cultural Affairs. You waived this bed tax at the AEG facility, 14%. For the arts, but you had $25,000 to give AEG to help celebrate El Grito. I believe the celebration last week. So the question is because that festival was all the citizens in LA, where will the Department of Cultural Affairs get its funding to help the art patrons in the city of LA? Don't you believe they need to have funding? Have you got a solution to negate the loss of funding they will suffer from losing the monies from this parking lot operation, from the bed tax waiver? What substitute have you got in mind so that next year when they come before you to talk about the budget cuts because of your astute planning, as we've seen from the last budget, what will you tell them then? Oh, well, you're part of the family.
thank you very much.
Everybody's part of the family,
no
except you.
In the queue. Mr. Parks, yes.
Let me just clarify for the public, not that we should believe what we just heard, but the issue is that this parking lot is vacant about 300 days a year, and it's only used when Cultural Affairs has an event at the Vision Theater. We're asking DOT to open it up 352 days a year so that if it's not used by Cultural Affairs, it is now a generating revenue as a parking lot. and it gives the businesses in the community more access to the parking lot. Currently, the parking lot is chained up during every period other than when Cultural Affairs has an event. So it's a revenue generator. So there's no money lost by Cultural Affairs. It's money gained by the Special Parking Revenue Fund by DOT.
Thank you very much for clarifying that, Mr. Parks. Now with that, would you please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote. 12 ayes. Next item.
Item number 19, called special for cards.
All right, let's see, we have a card for Mr. Sachs. Is he out of time? Mr. Sachs has 1 minute left. Mr. Sachs, please come up, and while you're coming up, is Matthew Dowd out of time? Mr. Dowd is done for today, and then David Huerta will be after that. So Mr. Sachs, then David Huerta.
How poetic will it be when we be able to say, Madam Chair, you're out of time. You're going to address a labor situation. Maybe you can consider your living wage ordinance. This is an opportunity because I believe the people involved in this suit are one of the people that we were considering for the bond sale. So say to them, we're going to change the ordinance, the language in the laws, and say, listen, if you don't pay your employees a living wage ordinance or a respectable ordinance that also contains health benefits, then you won't be able to lend the city any money. You won't be involved in any city business that way. Like you did with the bond issue, or you didn't do that with the bond issue, like you did with the marijuana collectives. You change the language. So include that in this language. That would be helpful to the public.
Thank you very much. Mr. Huerta.
Good afternoon. My name is David Huerta. I'm Vice President for SEIU USWW, representing Justice for Janitors. And I'm here to speak towards article number, or the agenda number 19 on the agenda. And over a month ago, janitors who worked in two of the most prestigious office buildings in Los Angeles were abruptly laid off from their jobs. Times are tough, right? But 26 million Americans are either unemployed or underemployed in America today, and 1 out of every 8 Americans are in foreclosure or behind on their mortgages. But these times are not so tough for the owners of those buildings, J.P. Morgan Chase. They just reported $4.8 billion in second quarter profits, and in 2009 they gave out more than $9 billion in executive bonuses, but 16 workers had to be laid off. Billions in profits, billions in bonuses, and 16 low-paid workers in their buildings are scared that now they don't have money to pay the rent, to feed their children, or buy school supplies for the new school year. This is not just about 16 janitors. This is about how America runs their economy. This is about mega banks like J.P. Morgan Chase getting bailed out to the tune of $100 billion and then turning around and cutting jobs and foreclosing on homes. They get bailed out because they are too big to fail, and they don't give a second thought when it comes to the 16 hard-working janitors who clean their buildings. Justice for Janitors is more than just advocating for our members. It's about advocating for our communities, advocating for the education of their children, advocating for better communities. But where is the corporate responsibility of J.P. Morgan to our communities? It seems that the balance of power is with J.P. Morgan, and still continues to be swayed towards their direction, and our families are being left out in the cold. Then we see that J.P. Morgan is not even paying their fair share of state taxes to our state.
Thank you, sir.
We taxpayers bailed them out. Now it's time to hold them accountable.
Our next speaker will be Tina Barrios. Following Tina will be Marta Escobar, and following Marta Escobar will be Rosara Vasquez. Are you
Good
Tina?
afternoon. My name is Tina Barrios, and I was one of the 16 janitors that got laid off in Century City. Losing my job has been hard for me because I'm a single mom with 2 kids, and without a job, I don't know what's going to be my kids' future now. We are asking you to support us janitors who lost our jobs. We also want J.P. Morgan Chase to do better for our communities, to help the people that are losing their homes. And if JP Morgan Chase owes taxes to the city, they should pay just like we all do. The community supports us. Pastors, priests, rabbis, we have support. But what we really need is from you, is leadership. Thank you.
Marta Escobar.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Marta Escobar y soy una de las 16 janitor afectadas de Century City.
Good afternoon. My name is Marta Escobar. I'm one of the 16 janitors who was affected in Century City.
Vengo en presentación de todos mis compañeros, los janitor. Estamos pidiendo de ustedes el apoyo para todos nosotros.
I'm here representing a lot of my co-workers who are here as janitors asking for your support.
Queremos también que JP Morgan Chase sea mejor para nuestras comunidades.
We're also asking JP Morgan Chase to be better and to do better things for our community.
Con todas las personas que están perdiendo sus casas.
And to behave much better with all the people and employees are laying off because a lot of people are losing their homes.
Y si JP Morgan Chase le debe dinero de presupuesto a la ciudad, queremos que ustedes recogen todos esos fondos.
And if JP Chase owes taxes to the city, we want you to collect all those taxes owed to you.
Gracias por todo su apoyo, pero también necesitamos que nos ayuden más, que se vea todo mejor.
Thank you very much for your support, but we want to still ask you to support us a lot more because we need all your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosada Vasquez. Rosada Vasquez here.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Rosaura Vázquez.
Good afternoon, my name is Rosaura Vázquez.
Soy miembro de ACE.
I'm a member of ACE.
Y soy dueña de casa en la ciudad de Whittier por 7 años.
And I've been a homeowner in the city of Whittier for the last 7 years.
Hace 2 años mi cuñado perdió su trabajo.
2 years ago my brother-in-law
su negocio y yo perdí mi trabajo.
2 years ago my brother-in-law lost his job, lost his business, and I lost my job too.
Pedimos una modificación a Chase y ellos bajaron nuestros pagos temporalmente.
We asked for a loan modification to Chase and they temporarily reduced our mortgage payments.
Hicimos los pagos por más de 1 año sin faltar a ninguno.
And for over 1 year we made our mortgage payment religiously without missing 1 month.
Okay. Pero en este año Chase rechazó nuestra petición por una modificación permanente.
But this year Chase rejected our request for a permanent modification to our loan.
Y nos dijeron que iban a vender la casa sin importarles que no faltamos a ningún pago.
And they informed us that they were going to go ahead and place our home for sale without regarding the fact that we did not miss 1 single mortgage payment.
Ahora estamos peleando para que vuelvan a considerar la modificación.
Now we're once again fighting so that Chase once again considers another modification.
Ya que tenemos un ingreso estable.
Since we do have a stable income.
Es hora de que Chase trabaje con los dueños de casa como nosotros.
It's about time that Chase starts to work with homeowners like us.
Y que apoye a sus propios trabajadores.
And
Gracias.
also to support their own workers. Thank you.
Dora Holloway. Following Dora Holloway will be Kevin, I think it's Iraqi. Excuse me. My name is Dora Holloway, and I'm a member of ACE, and I'm also a member of ESIU. And I'm here to support the situation motion regarding J.P. Morgan Chase. I live in Compton in my home for 38 years. I retired from Los Angeles County Patient Financial Service Department. A few years ago, I had to refinance my home for repairs that was badly needed. J.P. Morgan bought my loan, and I was doing fine until I missed a few months from work due to illness.
I never fell behind on my payments, and I received a letter from Chase telling me that I could get a modification on my home and not to see any lawyers, just to come in and let them do it because they were my mortgage company. But instead of offering me a permanent modification, Chase put me through a lot of temporary mortgage payment. I never once missed a payment. And now the bank is telling me that I'm thousands of dollars behind, and they won't modify my home. Between my Social Security, my husband's annuity, my retirement, and rent from my family, I have a good income. Once one of the speakers from Chase told me, one of their representatives told me that I should get a smaller house. And I'm here to support people from Los Angeles, San Fernando Valley, which are people that's in the same condition that I am in. We are in the same situation, and we're asking for help because Chase needs to stop taking advantage of homeowners and stop getting rich off the working people. So thank you for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe, I think it's Kevin, maybe Erkey?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, Kevin Erkey.
Okay.
Good afternoon, council members. Like I said, my name is Kevin Erkey. I'm here today on behalf of the members of SEIU Local 721, who I'm sure you all know quite well. We're here today to represent those members because they're already facing cuts to the quality services they provide every day. And so we're here standing strong with our brothers and sisters of ACE and United Service Workers West in support of those janitors who have been laid off. And in their fight to end this labor dispute and get back to work, being able to feed their families and pay their rent. One of the biggest problems right now facing the city budget is uncollected debt, back taxes, back fees, money that is owed to the citizens of this city. And so supporting these janitors and make sure they get back to work is the right thing to do, but there's still more that can be done. I don't know if you're aware, but the California Tax Reform Association found that J.P. Morgan Chase owes an estimated $13.5 million in back taxes due to their properties and all the branches that they were able to obtain and accrue during an acquisition with Washington Mutual in 2008. So while everybody else in this economy and in this city sees their family budgets shrinking, you have mega banks like J.P. Morgan who see their reach and their reserves growing and expanding. They're already too big to fail. How much bigger do they need to get? And so while our members are asking themselves, is this economy working for you? Their answer is no, it's not. But I can tell you, people like J.P. Morgan Chase, it is. It's working just fine for them. And so they need to do their part in paying these back taxes to the city. And so there's more that can be done to collect this debt. And so we ask that you can somehow, some way, pass an additional motion to direct the city controller to work with the county assessor and find out just how much this $13.5 million is owed to the residents of the city of LA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and that concludes our public speaking cards. All right. Matt Dowd is our final public speaker. How much time does he have left? You have 1 minute left.
Yes, thank you. I feel sorry for these people because we warned about it, but here's the first thing in the city of Los Angeles. I get 5 minutes of public comment. I can count to 5. How come the city of Los Angeles gets it at 4 and cuts me off? These are the simplest things. I just don't understand it. I can budget my public comment. But yeah, J.P. Morgan Chase, scum of the earth, all right? They lost all the money already. They're broke as hell. They're all kidding. They're getting this free money from the Federal Reserve because Ben Bernanke and Tim Geithner, they're trying to save the American economy because it got trashed. Because J.P. Morgan Chase, Bank of America, Citigroup, they trashed it. They inundated the whole world with these mortgage-backed securities that were just a joke. The underwriting was ridiculous. The credit agencies fell for it, gave them AAA ratings, everyone bought them, they're all broke. They're all broke.
All right, Mr. Koretz is our first speaker in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In mid-August, 16 janitors employed by a custodial contractor were laid off, and their jobs were cleaning the Century Plaza Tower and 2000 Avenue of the Stars, both owned by J.P. Morgan Chase, home to some of the richest tenants in the world. And frankly, this is an embarrassment to me and my district, and I think it should be an embarrassment to them. Chase has received significant federal subsidies. They have many managers, top management that are paid multi-million-dollar salaries and benefits, and yet they cut these 16 janitors, and they didn't even reduce the workload of the rest of the janitors. So they are now in illegal and dangerous working conditions, not given enough time to do their job. And this is a contractor, but it's really just a cover for Chase. This is often done. When I was chair of the Assembly Labor Committee in the state legislature for 6 years, we had to deal with this over and over in the janitorial industry in particular, where someone would know they hired a contractor, they didn't give them enough money to operate legally, and yet they would operate anyway. These are laid-off janitors that have hard-working families with no way to put the food on their table or pay rent. And Councilmember Garcetti and I introduced this motion to lend our support to the workers in the hope that this would help encourage both parties to make a deal and bring this dispute to a satisfactory conclusion. I know both sides have been at the bargaining table. I hope that a resolution can be made in the future. But frankly, I think every one of these janitors should be hired back. A multi-billion-dollar corporation doesn't need to do this kind of harm to survive. Ruining the lives of a handful of hardworking janitors is absolutely not necessary. They need to resolve this issue in a humane way, and that means hiring everybody back and treating them fairly. And they're in my district. If they don't do this, I'm going to be giving them hell for the next 11 years.
Mr. Garcetti? Mr. Garcetti?
I didn't hear. Oh, sorry. We'll give you a new nickname. Give him Hell Paul. Thank you, Paul, and thank you to everybody from SEIU who's here, from the community, and thank you for your patience today in a very long meeting. And I'm proud to rise with my colleague, and thank you to Mr. Reyes who seconded, and so many folks who have, I know, had private meetings and one-on-ones even with some of the folks who have lost their jobs. I don't want to be redundant, so let me add another point, which is that, a lot of us were cheering for the American economy and still are. It's part of the reason that in our generosity, the American people stepped up to make sure that banks that provide jobs for many, many people in our community didn't go under. But we did that with the expectation that they would be responsible to all the folks that they help employ. That as we've seen those banks come back and make profits, sometimes record profits, and as we've seen salaries come back, sometimes record salaries now, that for those that are at the bottom of the economic ladder, they should not be the innocent victims of our recovery. When we recover, we have to recover with the values and the morals that have defined who we are. It isn't a recovery just to say that businesses are doing well. It's that people are doing well, communities are doing well, residents are doing well. And certainly we want to put this forward. We know under labor law we can only encourage that there be a resolution. But we can say that these people deserve to be working because they come to work wanting to do an honest day work. They're not asking for a handout. They're saying, let me do that work and get paid. And I've talked to some of the tenants since we spoke, Mike, that are in that building, and they are concerned. Some of those tenants also are concerned that they won't get the same coverage, that if we have janitors that are overworked, as I think I heard it described to me perhaps, there is the equivalent of 20 homes a night in terms of the square footage that the remaining janitors are being asked to cover. Think about that for a second. Imagine cleaning 20 average-sized homes a night. At a certain point, there's a breaking point about what we can expect from this economy. And it would be a different thing if we were looking at J.P. Morgan, which has been a good corporate citizen in many ways for many years, but they should be a good one again, because for them right now, it's not that they're teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. They are back doing well, and they need to do well by everybody as well. So I rise in full support with Mr. Kretz and of the workers here today. Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl,
Thank you, Madam President. Again, this is a no-brainer. And thank you, Paul, for your leadership, your fierce leadership on this. This is obscene, it's disgusting, and it's a disgrace to all of us. Let's face it, we threw money at the banks with no strings attached, and all the banks did was fatten their coffers and give themselves million-dollar bonuses all over. That is an embarrassment. Taxpayers' money was again used and abused at the expense of the workers. The people do the heavy lifting in every situation. We had some of this experience at the LAX Century Corridor with the hotel workers there. They still don't like me, those hotels, because it was my district. But how can you make people work like just beyond their capability and pay them nothing? I mean, that is the trashiness of corporate America when it gets down to the ugly level where some folks go to that ugly level. And like you said, Paul, some of the richest people have operations going on in that hotel. So it's an embarrassment to them as well. But the most important is what it does to families that rely on income, that rely on the stability of a work job, and then to be squeezed and squeezed and squeezed. We've had enough of this. So we, the City of Los Angeles, stand up with you all and say, we're together on this, we're going to fight for you every way we can. We're talking about economic justice for all. Thank you.
Mr. Alarcon.
Yes, it's very easy to stand up to, once again, fight for the rights of janitors in Los Angeles who are being ripped off. This is just one example where there are hundreds. Mr. Garcetti, I was sort of smirking at when you said good corporate citizen, because we've got this myth that I believe was created by corporations that they are citizens. They're not citizens. They're not even human beings. They're not human entities under the law, and yet they keep trying to pass new laws that give them some kind of break that should be given to human beings. I mean, where were they when they spent their TARP money like a drunken sailor on themselves, as opposed to giving it to our communities in the form of small business loans and principal reduction on the modifying the foreclosure situations? They didn't do that. They did what massive corporations do, and that is suck up all the money and keep it and run with it and spend it foolishly for themselves, not for the people of Los Angeles. The only thing that I would like to add to this conversation is there was in the original motion, which I liked much better, there was a mention of the California Tax Reform Association found that J.P. Morgan Chase owes an estimated $13.5 million in back taxes if they were paying accurately assessed property taxes on all the things that they accumulated when the foreclosure crisis occurred. Mr. Koretz, I commend you for including that in this in the original form of this motion. But the fact of the matter is that many banks, all the biggies, did the same thing. And that's a lot of tax dollars that should come to Los Angeles. So not only are they ripping off the janitors day in and day out, they're not even paying their taxes. That is not good corporate citizenship. And I don't think that this demonstrates how J.P. Morgan, this is a very nice motion. It says, the janitors are here. And this is asking them, we support both of you working together. I don't see J.P. Morgan Chase here. And so we know that that the janitors are willing to come forward, sit down, and negotiate. And yet J.P. Morgan is off in their high towers someplace hiding from this motion, hoping that nobody watches Channel 35, hoping that this doesn't get very much press, because they don't want the world to know that they're ripping off yet another group. And so I think we need to go back and go after all the banks that aren't paying their assessed taxes and bring them all forward, and I'll be calling for an audit on all of them to make sure that they pay their taxes, and at the same time, we all join with you, Mr. Koretz and Mr. Garcetti, to fight to give them the fair wages that they deserve and benefits, and just treat them with better quality in the workplace. So thank you, Mr. Koretz and Mr. Garcetti, for bringing this forward. This isn't a singular event. It's not a singular activity. It is part and parcel of a system that has failed. The banking system is not responsible to the people of the United States of America. They have ripped us off, and we're tired of it. Mr. Parks was correct when he blocked giving them a sale of bonds. That was correct. They owe us money on the swap deals. They owe us money for the lawsuit that we are now imposing on them. But if we keep singling out these issues, we at the same time, I hope we do not lose the total notion that we need to create a new America that has more responsible banking institutions.
Mr. Reyes, followed by Ms. Perry.
Thank you, colleagues, and I just want to rise and thank Councilman Koretz for taking a stand. This issue is happening in his district. It's one of the more wealthier districts, district that has capacity to address many of these concerns in a manner that is healthy for the whole city. There's a driving language here that says to reach a just and decent resolution for all parties involved in a labor dispute involving the janitors and Century Plaza Tower, et cetera, et cetera. Now, why is that so important to stand up and encourage and urge this? Well, from my point of view, many of the workers live in my district. They live in the district of 13, 9, the district's 14, the districts that are right now laboring to figure out how to treat an environment that allows the youngsters to go to school. We've invested millions of dollars in our infrastructure to have an environment we can invest and actually promote loans that the banks could use. But how can we do this when the very same banks are laying off the parents and taking away their capacity and their ability to go to school, the ability to earn a living, and yet we're spending millions of dollars on this side, allowing them to fill up their coffers with our own tax dollars. I mean, this is all connected. These 16 employees are but a tip of the iceberg. This is a whole movement that we need to put in front of everyone, look at it in such a way where we can say our tax dollars as a city, our investments depend on our ability to cooperate and work together. And that's what we're encouraging here. So it is very awkward not to have J.P. Morgan or Chase or any representative from the other side of the table here. They should be here. They should be addressing us, because when they come to our city, they want support, they want our money, they want our ability to have a business-friendly environment, yet they're not willing to take care of the very same people that they have the ability to care for by just allowing them to work in a decent, fair way. So I'm going to thank you for your patience. Gracias, trabajadores, por estando aquí, su paciencia, y ojalá logramos con este voto seguir adelante. Muchas gracias.
Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In the interest of achieving some level of clarity on the vote we're going to take today, I would like to raise the issue of whether Chase is an owner or not, or whether Chase is a tenant or not, that we would be asking for Chase to use its influence, whether it is through its subsidiaries or trust companies, to discuss and go back and continue discussions with the owner/contractor of the actual building or edifice itself, because it's not clear to me that Chase is the owner. It may be that Chase is the tenant, but through, I guess, internecine template of ownership, I'm not clear what that is. And so if we, as a matter of fact, if we have to have this discussion again, I'm going to ask the Chief Legislative Analyst to do a little research, because I think it's important that as a body, when we take a vote, we vote on language that is as accurate as we can possibly make it. So I want to put that issue on the record. I don't know if I need to make it as an amendment, but I want to clarify for the record that I am not clear, based on the way the motion is written, that Chase is the owner or the tenant or possibly both. And I would like to have that clarified. I don't know if there's anybody here who can do that, who's verified it.
Recommendation from the city attorney is a report back, Ms. Shelley, but we have a
Yeah,
representative.
I would like that recommendation. And just so that the people who are listening know, the issue was raised by one of the individuals who came here today with your group, that Chase may or may not be the owner. Okay? No, it's okay. It's fine. The city attorney...
We'll get an official report back. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll get... I'd like to get an official report on the record.
All right. All right, Mr.
They're the ones who hire the contractors, they're the ones who hire the property managers or the asset managers. They're the ones who make all decisions as to the services in the building.
Yeah, I think that if we have this discussion again, I think we need to have accurate language in the motion.
Okay.
So that we vote. So that's absolutely clear for the purposes of clarification.
We will order that then. Thank you. Mr. Cardenas.
I'm going to vote for it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate trying to help clarify that, but we'll get an official report from the city attorney's office as to what their legal position is there. But it is my understanding that JP Morgan is the management of it. And with all due respect, sometimes somebody might think, well, a manager in an apartment complex might be somebody who lives in a unit and just helps fix the faucets or what have you when things go bad, or hires the contractor to fix the roof or things of that nature. But it's my understanding, and I would like to get clarity as to what their position, what their legal position is on these properties, because it sounds to me one of the issues that has been brought up, and some of the people who have been laid off were actually here before us, and they're Angelinos, is this company, JP Morgan Chase, are they the ones that make the decisions as to who to hire and fire? So I think it's really important for us to understand that whether or not they're the owners, that's one point. We should have that clarified. Are they tenants? That's another point, and we should have that clarified. And what is their legal position? Are they the managing partner? Are they the managers of the properties? And in addition to that, what specifically is their role when it comes to the activity that has been brought to our attention, which is you have an entity that took government money recently, hundreds and hundreds of millions, well, billions of dollars of government money, and then at the same time they're reporting incredible billions of dollars in quarterly profits, and at the same time we have people who actually live within our city who have been laid off just recently right in the middle of that scenario. So I appreciate Ms. Perry's question, and it's a poignant question as to what exactly is their position in all of this, because they've been named, yet at the same time it appears to me that even if they're not the owners, it should be clear to us as to what their position and their responsibility is in this issue that has been brought to the attention of the City Council. So I do support the fact that if a company is going to be completely private or what have you, that makes it very interesting for us to be deliberating over that. But the fact of the matter is, in my opinion, this particular company actually crossed a certain line when they depended on the public's money to actually keep them solvent and keep them alive. Yet at the same time, in the same quarter in which they're reporting billions of dollars in profits, they are turning their backs on the same people who literally try to keep their place clean. So in my opinion, they've crossed a certain line, and therefore it is incumbent upon us to know the facts. And then once we do know the facts, I believe that it is incumbent upon us to actually speak up for the constituents of the City of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Mr. Reyes, followed by Ms. Perry.
Thank you. Council President, I'd like to invite Mr. Huerta on my time to the mic. Can you just give us, as factual as you can, this relationship, from your perspective? I understand there's always two points of view, but from your point of view, what is it that you're seeing?
Thank you, Councilman Reyes. Yes, the fact is that JP Morgan is the primary decision maker at that property. They hire property management, they hire the contractor, they make all decisions as far as services are concerned to this location. The buck stops at JP Morgan as to what money they will give in the context of services. So when their decision was made to lay off 16 janitors, they knew of the decision, they blessed the decision, and it's their decision also if they wish to return them or not. They represent all the owners, and all those owners that they represent also are funds that are pension funds, union funds, that are all part of the overall ownership structure and management structure of the building. So at the end of the day, J.P. Morgan, whether it owns the city, the county, or the state, is one thing, and also the decision-making goes hand in hand in that, in the context that the buck stops with J.P. Morgan. They're the ones who can make the difference in bringing a reasonable settlement to this issue.
So legally and technically, in the actual negotiation, J.P. Morgan is not at the table, but they have influence.
That's exactly right.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Perry.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said, and I don't know that I need to say it again, but I think we just need to know who to direct our concerns. No matter what, J.P. Morgan does have considerable influence in this situation. That being said, I just think it's important as a legislative body that the language that we put in these motions should be accurate and based in documentation and not in assumptions that may or may not be flawed. Whether they're the owner or the tenant, that's not as important. Obviously, they have a great deal of influence in that we are supporting these individuals who are here in the audience to have the opportunity to get back to discussions with the most influential entity in the building is, I think, something that is reasonable to request. But again, I think, the language in the motion needed to be accurate as to who we are actually asking. And that is what I am seeking to clarify. I think it's going to come back next week. And, as a legislative body, I think most of us like to be accurate in what we do in terms of language that we choose. And I think it's important to create a political climate that we can actually discuss this and raise this as an issue on the record and that people feel comfortable with that. So I don't have anything else to say other than I put my question on the record. I'd like to get it answered. Either way, I think the outcome will be the same no matter what. Chase has influence in this situation.
Very well, that matter is before us with that additional request from Ms. Perry. Open the roll. I'm sorry, Mr. City Attorney?
The clerk actually has a question.
Oh, the clerk has a question. I'm sorry.
Does council wish to vote on this matter as, in essence, as presented, moving forward the language of the actual motion, or would council wish to continue this matter and request the Chief Legislative Analyst's Office to report back sometime next week?
Mr. the maker of the motion, Mr. Koretz, your pleasure on this?
I'd prefer just to vote it out, to be honest. But I'm open to a sense of the council whether there's a comfort level with the language or not.
So the request is from the maker of the motion to vote either up or down on this matter, and there's a request from Ms. Perry for the additional information requested. Okay, Mr. Clerk, that okay? All right, so with that, open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Matter passes. Very well. Next item, please.
Mr. President, that brings us to special number 1.
Special number 1, Mr. Koretz. Special number 1, sir.
Well, the baseline mansionization ordinance has been the bedrock of our community's protections when it comes to development and overdevelopment. And in the past 2 years, our communities have come to rely on this important piece of legislation. And having taken 3 years of city time and tens of thousands of community and staff hours to create and implement this ordinance, having it expire would be devastating to our city and the communities that have benefited from its protections. And while waiting for the city attorney and the planning department to prepare and finalize the final draft of the Hillside ordinance, which it is connected with, we were notified at the last minute that the ordinance would not be ready and that we needed to immediately introduce a 30-day extension. We're currently faced with a need to take immediate action to prevent this ordinance from lapsing, which would happen on Monday the 27th. Additionally, because of clerical and administrative errors, this item was not placed on the agenda today. This critical fact came to our attention after the posting of today's council agenda. And so for that reason, we would like to use Rule 23 for this item.
All right, there's 3 votes on this special one. First we'll vote on the findings. On the findings, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
There's no cards on this matter. And now, on the matter, the Rule 54, to remove from committee. On that, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
And the third matter. On the case itself, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That matter passes, Mr. Koretz.
Thank you.
Next item, please, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, council has motions for posting and referral.
Posted and referred.
The desk is clear.
Announcements, colleagues. Announcements. Mr. LaBonge.
The LAPD has CPAB tomorrow at police headquarters, 9 a.m. Public is invited.
Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It was wonderful to see all of the honorees, and thank you, council members, for participating in honoring people from within your own community of Los Angeles who are either deaf of hard of hearing or actually incredible mentors and providers of service to the community as well. But tomorrow, Saturday, September 25th, at Woodley Park, right there in the San Fernando Valley off of Victory Boulevard on Woodley Park, we're having our annual Deaf Awareness Month Festival, and it is free. This festival is free. It's at a public place, and it is very free to everybody. What I mean by very free, not only do you get in for free, they're going to have a lot of products. They're going to have free advice. We're going to have people from the county there, from the state, from the city of Los Angeles, various entities to help individuals and families learn more about how they can work with their family members and loved ones who are deaf and hard of hearing. And we're going to have incredible talent there. Last year's honoree, Ashley Folick, who is she rides a motorcycle. She won the BMX Women's Championship again. Last year she did it when she was 16. She's getting older. She's now 17 years old, and she's the best woman motorcycle rider in the world, and she is deaf, and she was our honoree last year. She will be here this year. Our chief of police, he got lucky. We were going to put a temporary track, and he was going to race her. He was going to lose. He loves to ride, Chief Beck loves to ride motorcycles. My prediction was that he was going to lose to this incredible young lady, but fortunately for him, we weren't able to get the track built. But he will be there, and he's going to honor her and a few other folks from the community. I just want to give you a couple of examples of what's going to be there. We're going to have talented models, as you saw earlier today. We're going to have people performing on stage in various levels, face painting for the kids. And just so people understand, it has now become the biggest free deaf festival in the country, and we are attracting close to 5,000 people. And once again, it's free, ladies and gentlemen, and it's tomorrow, September 25th, from noon to 6 p.m. There'll be activities for free from noon to 6 p.m. right there at Woodley Park, 6350 Woodley Avenue, free parking, free everything. Thank you very much.
Mr. Cardenas, it's free, but you're collecting dollars to make it happen.
Yes, we got a lot of sponsors. Thank you to go ahead and pay for the event. Yes. But the people who show up, it's free.
What time are the ceremonies?
The ceremonies are going to take place, I think, approximately 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Zine, and thank you for showing up to this event and doing a lot of fun things with us.
I will be there. I think one year we tried to push Tom LaBonge up the wall.
Yes, fun things we did together.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, thank you, Mr. Cardenas, for deaf awareness. You did a great job. This was really inspiring for all of us. Tonight, we have the kickoff of the Del Rey Cup at 7 p.m. at Mar Vista Gardens. This is part of a series of recreational activities that are being initiated in the public housing project. The two-day soccer tournament will feature 4 teams and will pit a team from Mar Vista Gardens against a championship squad from Fresno in the inaugural game Friday night. That's tonight. The first 25 families that attend the opening day ceremonies will receive school supplies donated by the Delray Neighborhood Council. I'll be there to kick the ball into the beginning. On the next event, which is on Saturday from 8 to noon, the LAPD Pacific Division Booster Pancake Breakfast. Support the police. Come to the pancake breakfast. It's at 12312 Culver Boulevard, right there at the corner of Culver and Centinela. Tickets are $5. You can be purchased right there. And then we have the same on Sunday, the Gabrielo Tongva Springs Foundation Annual Life Before Columbus Native American Arts and Craft Festival. From 12 to 3 on Sunday will be held at Indian Springs on the campus of University High School, which is at 1439 Barrington Avenue, West LA. It'll be an amazing moment to be with some of the original people of the region. And also on Sunday, the Abbott Kinney Festival. It's the 26th year of it. It's a huge festival now, and it brings all kinds of handicraft items, compliments on electric mix of over 110 boutique stores, restaurants, salons, nightclubs, eco-friendly businesses, and art galleries along the famed 1 mile shopping district of Abbott Kinney Boulevard in Venice. And at 4 o'clock, I'll be there giving out awards to people who made a huge difference in Venice. So come on to the 11th District this weekend and have a lot of fun. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a point of clarification. Could I ask that Special 1 be sent forthwith?
Very well. That'll be forthwith.
Thank you.
Mr. Krikorian?
Thank you, Mr. President. Tomorrow is California Coastal Cleanup Day, and Heal the Bay and other organizations will be sponsoring California Coastal Cleanup Day at sites throughout Los Angeles. Beach cleanups at over 50 beach and inland watershed sites throughout Los Angeles County will attract an estimated 15,000 volunteers to help clean up our beaches and our inland waterways. In my district, we'll be having a cleanup in Tahunga Wash at 10,000 Foothill Boulevard in Lakeview Terrace, and we expect probably a few hundred people to be out helping to clean up Tahunga Wash, which is about as far away from the ocean as you can get in Los Angeles. But it's a reminder to everyone that litter anywhere in this city impacts the health of our oceans, because anything that goes into the storm drains goes directly to the oceans. Toxics that we put in our yards or in the streets go directly to the oceans without any filtration whatsoever. So it's an important way for us to help contribute to the health of our oceans by cleaning up our beaches and waterways. Begins at 9 a.m. And for more information, people can visit Heal the Bay's website at www.healthebay.org or call 310-451-1500.
Thank you. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have several events that are coming up. I have Manhattan Place Elementary School at 1850 West 96th Street has started this month a Monday through Friday free memory seminar that goes 3:30 to 5:30 at the school facility. Also, St. Andrew's Rec Center has scheduled for the next several months a free fun and fitness activity. It's going to be on Mondays 10 to 11 and Fridays 10 to 11, and at St. Andrews in Manchester is the facility. Also, two locations in the community. The LA Coliseum is going to have the outdoor cinema event. They're going to be showing the Wedding Crashers on Saturday, September the 25th from 5:30. Movie starts at 8, and that will be at the Peristyle Inn. And also on October the 31st, they'll have the movie The Shining. Also, there's a major mental health event going on in the 8th District. It's going to be held at the View Park Preparatory Charter School, 5701 Crenshaw, and that's 8 a.m. to 10 a.m., and it's going to be hosted by KGLH on their radio talk show and their community affairs, but the subject is mental health in the African American community.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Mr. Cardenas, an announcement?
Yes, also thank you, Councilmember Krikorian, for reminding all of us about the big event. It is, and matter of fact, it broke the Guinness Book of World Records, biggest cleanup ever in recorded history, and they're probably breaking records every year. In my district, we're going to have a cleanup, several cleanups, one at 13670 Montague Street, otherwise known as Canterbury Elementary, and that'll be from basically 8:30 till noon. In addition to that, in North Hollywood at 6926 Morella Avenue in North Hollywood, and then also at Lake Balboa, 3600 Balboa Boulevard, and a couple other sites in my district as well. So the point is, there's a lot of opportunities for us to get out there and clean up and do well for our communities and the environment as a whole. And another thing as well, I just wanted to announce to all of our Native American friends, congratulations. Today is Native American Day today, and it's being celebrated by Native Americans all over the country. So I just wanted to give a shout out to all of our Native American brothers and sisters. In addition to that, to my announcement earlier of the Deaf Festival, I'd like to personally thank, on behalf of the community, Councilmember Weezer, Councilmember Parks, Councilmember Smith, Councilmember Zine, Councilmember Alarcon, Assemblyman Fuentes, and Senator Padilla. They all contributed with time and materials and money to make this Deaf Festival successful. So once again, I'd like to thank all of my colleagues for that as well. And everybody have a nice weekend.
Thank you. It's a great event. People are encouraged to go out there. Tonight is the Fernando Awards. Fernando Awards, they will recognize the recipient in the San Fernando Valley 52nd Annual Fernando Awards. Also, we want to congratulate Louisville High School, 50 years teaching our wonderful students in the Valley. And tomorrow, Romance of the Rancho's wine tasting at Leona's Adobe, which is adjacent to the Sagebrush Cantina. And Saturday night, Mr. Tom LaBonge is going to be honored at Sister City. City of Beirut is going to honor Mr. Tom LaBonge as the man of the Sister City program. With that, adjourning motions, colleagues. Adjourning motions. Mr. Parks.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have two adjourning motions. One for Amy Henley Buckman. She passed away on September 7, 2010. She was the youngest of 9 children. She primarily lived in both L.A. and Santa Monica. She was married over 60 years upon her passing away. Again, she worked for well over 3 decades with RCA and retired from a position of lead electronic inspector, being the first African American to hold that position. She basically amassed, after leaving RCA, a real estate business in which she obtained her real estate license and accumulated a number of properties in both the L.A. Santa Monica area. She's survived by her sister and a host of other family members. We also asked you to adjourn in memory, and I asked Ms. Perry to join on this. This is Maxine Williams Black, who passed away on September the 11th, 2010. She's a graduate of Monroe High School, attended El Camino College. Maxine was married to Isaiah Black, and both traveled the world as members of the U.S. Air Force. They settled in L.A. They're the parents of 2 children. She became a member of Bryant Temple AME Church. She also created a number of programs at that church. Under Pastor Brinson, she created the Senior Doorkeepers Program. She instituted the Tina Mitchell Hug Award and a variety of other things. She also became an ombudsman in the California Department of Aging. She also is a member of the U.S. Air Force Family Service Department and the ultimate Toastmistress of Southern California. Ms. Perry and I work with Maxine each year on the Ward Villas Thanksgiving program, where she was the resident manager of Ward's Villa Senior Establishment at 1700 block of Adams Boulevard. Maxine is survived by her son, James, and her daughter Angela, and a host of other family members, and her services were today at 11 o'clock at Bryant Temple.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for letting me second that, Mr. Parks.
Thank you. That's seconded by Ms. Perry. Mr. Rosenbaum?
Yes, Mr. President. Fern Waddell was a fun-loving, acrobatic queen and a 60-year resident of Westchester. Fern Waddell was born July 26, 1923 in Philadelphia. She came to Los Angeles at the age of 2 and has resided in the West Side since. She attended Laurel Elementary, Bancroft Junior High, and Fairfax High. Waddell married her husband Bud when they moved to the bean fields of Westchester after World War II. She lived in the same house they bought in 1947 until her passing and witnessed the dramatic changes in the area. Fern gave back to her community. She spent 15 years volunteering at the Culver City Adult School and was recognized for her service. One of Fern's favorite activities was aquatic acrobatics at the Spectrum Club. She was known as the acrobatics queen because she was the eldest of the acrobuddies. Everyone wanted to be like Fern if they grew up. Fern Waddell is survived by her daughter Marilyn Mikos, who told me about the sudden death of her mother yesterday, and Joanne Waddell, her sister Alberta Gazin, brother-in-law Dr. Clarence Gazin, 2 grandchildren, a panoply of nieces and nephews, and a pool of aquatic buddies. A memorial for Fern Waddell will be held this Sunday, September 26, at 12 noon at Hillside Memorial Park and Mortuary. May she rest in peace.
Mr. Labange?
Join with Councilman Kokoyan and all members of council. Fire Battalion Chief Gary Clark, off duty, tragically succumbed to illness, and as he left work, he didn't feel well, but he went and checked himself out. They diagnosed it as pneumonia, but in taking of tests, he collapsed and died. He was a 30-year veteran of the Los Angeles Fire Department, a father of 7 children. I remember him when he made captain at Engine 56 many, many years ago. He was always interested in improving the fire department's service in the community, both from a fire standpoint and a community relations standpoint. At Battalion 14, just recently, he was involved with the 9/11 ceremony in North Hollywood Park, where he spoke eloquently about the challenges of firefighters and public safety officers. So I ask we all adjourn in memory of Battalion Chief Gary Clark, who died off duty in the Los Angeles City Fire Department.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. I have one of my former sergeants, Ray Tetzlaff, passed away on September 11th. Ray was born in Chicago, February 24th, 1939. Raised in Chicago, moved to Los Angeles in 1960 to pursue his dream career with the Los Angeles Police Department. Joined the LAPD in 1960 after a 21-year career. Retired from West Los Angeles Station. Hobbies included fishing, hunting, horseback riding. Suffered an off-duty injury in November 1981, right after retirement. Left him a quadriplegic. He lived that way for 30 years. After his injury, pursued a career as a general attorney in Fallbrook, California. Passed away Saturday, September 11th, from complicated health issues, surrounded by his family, survived by his brother Gary Tetzlaff, a retired LAPD sergeant, 2 nephews, David, Michael, 1 niece, and his sister-in-law, Judy. May he rest in peace. Raymond Tetzlaff, Sergeant, LAPD, my supervisor when I was assigned to West Los Angeles Division. A good friend of ours' father passed away. Mohammed Akirata, born and lived his life in Jordan. Served World War II. After World War II, briefly served internal civil war in Jordan. Successful businessman, involved in real estate, retail sales, building management. Passion was first and foremost his family and his farming. 4 sons and 2 daughters. His son Hassan is the current executive director of the Southern California Association of Governments, SCAG, and we are a member of that organization. Passed away September 16th unexpectedly in his sleep, survived by 4 sons, 2 daughters, 33 grandchildren. May he rest in peace. Mohammed Akirata. Noah Severns, born March 5th, 1998 in San Diego. Lived in Del Mar for 12 years. Hobbies included skateboarding, fishing with Dad, target shooting, and riding in the back of his grandpa's Harley Davidson. Noah's 2 favorite places to visit were the beach and Disneyland. Noah graduated this past June from the 6th grade at Del Mar Hills School, and that same month the City of San Diego honored him with the Optimist Award. This was an award that his teachers had nominated him for because he always had a positive attitude and motivated everyone around him to be positive. He passed away after a 6-year battle with bone cancer. In a special celebration of his life, he was honored on September 23rd at Powerhouse Park in Del Mar, California. Part of his celebration, his dad, Rob, and sister, Megan, paddled out into the ocean and placed a ceremonial lei in his memory. Survived by his parents, Rob and Joe Severns, sister Megan, grandparents, Ted and Joy Severns, retired from LAPD, grandparents, Rosalia, Shirley, Jim, 2 great-grandmothers, may he rest in peace, Noah Severns. And I have one final adjourning motion. Lillian Katz passed away September 18th, born in New York. August 10th, 1918, came to California as a young child, worked alongside her husband, Jess, in the retail clothing business all her married life. Lillian and her husband were heavily involved in their temple in San Gabriel Valley. Lillian and Jess were married for over 40 years. Her passion was her friends and family, enjoyed playing Pan and Mahjong games on a daily basis. Spent her last 3 years living at the Village in Sherman Oaks, a retirement community. Passed away Saturday, September 18th. He was 92 years of age, survived by 2 children, Carol and Richard. And Richard Irwin Katz is a member of the Jewish Home of the Aging Board of Directors, where I serve as a director. 4 grandchildren, Michael, Janelle, Jordan, Austin, other family relatives. May she rest in peace, Lillian Katz. Any other adjourning motions, colleagues? Mr. Clerk, this concludes our meeting. Please call the roll.